Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Ayo. Wow, wow. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I'm feeling nostalgic. What a start, am I right? Well, anyway, in case to those who doesn't know, right? So I actually started streaming about, gosh, has it been 5 years? About? I think it has been 5 years. Holy fuck. Yeah, so the reason I'm feeling nostalgic when I'm listening to this music in particular is because this music in particular, to those who cannot hear this, for the VOD viewers and YouTube viewers, I'm listening to Spagonia, Spagonia Night Sonic Unleashed music, right? So you guys can hear it, but it's fine. I used to listen to this one as like a preparing for stream kind of music as well, right? So when I start the stream, I put on either this one or Apple Toast Night. Those are really good, right? Those are really fucking good. And it's been going on for like months when I first started streaming, and I decided to be like, oh, I can actually just go to YouTube and search up different kinds of music and sort of listen to music that is almost has related to what I'm going to do or what I'm going to play sometimes. Something like that, right? So it feels kind of nostalgic now that I'm back to listening to Unleashed music, Sonic Unleashed music again. And recently I've been thinking about like playing some Sonic games as well, like maybe Sonic Generations that I used to play, Sonic Rush that I used to play a lot back then. But then Sonic Rush is like I played it when I was a mid-school little kid, so don't even know how to play the game anymore. But I do love their music though. Sonic Unleashed, I played the PS3 version. I lost the physical copy though. Very unfortunate. Um, I think there's like a PC port of the game somewhere. All right. Someone did it not too long ago, I believe, and I might look it up at some point and maybe play it on stream. I don't know. I've been feeling a little bit of Sonic games lately. Now, maybe me playing Warframe has a little bit to do with that. I don't know, right? Because Warframe is like what? Warframe is also like flippity dipped, zippity zips, and then just speed, right? Maybe that speed kind of reminds me of Sonic, and then it makes me kind of want to play some Sonic games. I don't know, right? Just things correlate with each other, and that makes me want to play a particular thing. Eh, eh. Anyways, I'm gonna open up Warframe real quick, right? And also, since today is Friday, my time anyway, and I'm pretty sure later I'll be playing. Later I'll be playing Raft with Brekkie and Zeus, so we'll see, right? We'll see. For now, let me open up Warframe real quick. Yeah. Gosh, I am really, I am really Warframe brain lately. Dang, I cannot believe it. I mean, something about Warframe just kind of makes it satisfying to kill things, no? The gun, okay, granted, the gun doesn't feel that good, to be honest. It doesn't really have a lot of impact. It doesn't really have that impact, right? But then, the melee fights though. If I can find a stance for the fist, that would be nice. But I think I'm changing weapons. I'm gonna be using the biggest of bonks, right? Kobo will be using the biggest of bonks to bonk everything towards victory. Yeah. Imagine a Kobo flippy dips, zippity zips in front of you, towards you. It fucking smashes the fuck out of you. I would be terrified. I would be. And I'm the
Operator,
Kobo.
you have returned.
Uh, oh, carries, okay. A cache containing 25,000 credits and 1k endo? Oh my god. I got 1k endo for free? Available in 1 hour and 18 minutes. That's about 2 p.m. Wow. Friends. Here. I know who this is. Okay, there we go. Alright, what do we do today? Oh, the chat is back there apparently. So, I want to do some missions? Do I want to do main missions? I'm not too sure. Okay, the rest we don't have enough components, it's okay. But our sight gun, for sight gun we have a shotgun now. Let's look at it. Bronco. Small scale shotgun that can be wielded with one hand, only effective at close range, has limited magazine capacity. Hi Nick. Oh my god, Kobo friend. Hello. That is still pistol, which is kind of funny to be honest. A pistol shotgun? Accuracy very low, semi, fall of 7 to 14 meters.
Operator, I've run diagnostic regressions. All systems nominal. You don't need to thank me.
One is Bronco.
Ready to kick bottom.
Great chance. Status duration? AC sounded too hot for me, so I'm here watching this Kobo. Oh, AC? Oh, is it like the heat wave thing? Or heat wave is scary, especially these days. I hear people talking about. Oh, Androcon. Oh, oops, my bad. I have misunderstood. Oh my god. Impact plus. Well, each status is like 6 points. I can't even. Damage is good because it adds everything. See? Maybe not crit chance. I already have 6%. So Hornet Strike is a no-brainer. Let's get electricity. The more stuff I get here, the better, I think. Cold. Blast. Cold plus heat is blast. Base damage after 1.5 seconds as an explosion. Attack stacks on death stacks deal their damage simultaneously to enemies within 5 meters while staggering them. Yo! Wait, maybe blast is good. Yeah. I want blast. Poopa the ball. Oh my god. Hi Lex. The ball has been poopa ed. Alright, we're going to upgrade our fist to level 30. Dogo. Oh my god, Doug. 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 I feel so tired after yesterday's pickable session. I feel like my muscle aches a little bit, which is kind of weird. But maybe because last night's session was a little bit on a high octane one, I would say. I don't think I want to do main missions because we'll be playing Raft with Brekkie and Zeus later. So yeah, playing main mission right now sounds a little bit dumb. Capture, rescue, mobile defense. I like the excavation one. I did one excavation. Cutie Kobo girl, oh my god. Go book in that cry. Oh yeah, excavation. There it is. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. This is like side missions. I'm here to only farm things. Don't worry about it. I'm not doing much. But the Spooter? Spooter is also very precious, honestly. So is Nick Kobo. Heckin' push.
We are here to excavate long-buried artifacts crucial to our cause. Marking the first dig site.
Oh, 2 shots for reload. Reload pretty fast. That's not bad. Double. It's like a sidearm double barrel. Hope you're doing good, by the way. Welcome in. Am I going the right way? Yeah, no. Maybe I am. Oh, it has to be really close. Oh, let me take this. I'm a hot mess getting by and being a goober. Goober. I don't know why, but at first glance I saw that as straight jacket. My brain is too messed up lately. It has to be really close, it's a little bit tough. Straight jacket for misleading insane is kinda some hot drip. Honestly, yeah. Huras Kubrau. Oh, why am I invincible? Oh, did you do that? Whoa. That could have been cool. Yeah, now that's cool.
Strike down power carrier enemies, take their fuel cells, and bring the cells to the excavator to keep it powered.
Good job, dog. Good job. Solar. I have a shotgun. Also, hi Solar.
Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
think I can beat this one, honestly. Yeah.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact.
Kobo big maxing excavating. Why not gay jacket?
Dig complete. Your hard work has just been rewarded.
Heck
Keep
yeah.
fighting and excavating. When you need it, extraction is ready for you.
Oh, I need that. Pretty sure there's more power cells. Yeah.
For power carrier foes. Strike them down and bring their cells back to the excavators.
The dog is amazing. I haven't even gonna babysit those fractures in the last 2 seconds. Oh, I mean, fair enough.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
That was cool. That was not that cool.
Excavation complete. Look what we found.
Oh yeah, just now I got like 35,000 credits and 1k endo for free. Oh my god. My fist is almost level 30 now. Oh, I found it.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire. An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
I'm just gonna stand here for them. Whoa.
Excavator stalled. Find another fuel cell and take it to the excavator.
Oh, they don't hurt for some reason.
The excavator has lost power. Find another cell and bring it to the
Is it
unpowered
Eximus?
excavator. Fuel cell and take it to the excavator.
Oh my god, shoot up Lotus, I know.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Oh, there we go. I got achievement for Broader Mastery.
Look what we just uncovered.
I love excavation missions. Well, for now anyway. I don't know how it's gonna be for like the late game ones.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
Gosh, dog is pretty amazing, honestly. What happened? I wonder if me playing like this is giving anyone anxiety.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
I'm also just trying to like rank up my guns, so 14 seconds, it's fine. Chicken nuggy. Right, we have a power cell, let's go to the next one.
Look what we just uncovered. Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
Your enemies are sliding? That's a thing?
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
I couldn't kill while sliding. There we go. Let's go for the next one. You said there's too many of them.
Dig complete. Your hard work has just been rewarded.
Nice, just two more. Good morning, Mean. There we go.
Many things have been taken from us, it's true. But fortune favors the bold, and there ain't none so bold as people with nothing to lose.
Hope Mead is doing good. Oh my goodness. Welcome.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from
This is
enemy
terrible
fire.
terrain.
An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
Bronco level 6. Very nice.
powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Ow. 15 string streak? Oh my god, thank you, mean. And a 7 from legs too? Oh my god, thank you. Oh, meat is very Kobo today.
Excavation complete. Look what we found.
Nice. Pretty sure I can excavate a few more here. Fish the Navy. He's right, man. Meat is pretty Kobo almost every day now, I feel like. Amazing. Whoa, what is that? Nice start, Frufa. Wolf, yeah. Frame war or something? Yeah. So you can just push onto your Cant with one. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. Why am I invisible? I'm so cool. I don't know why I'm invincible. Or invisible, sorry. Hope Starfrufer is doing good. How goes the Warframe? Just started playing it not too long ago and so far it has been really fun.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
It's an Eximus, right? That's what we're doing. Gauge is kind of blank on what it do. Oh. Oh, that was cool. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I could do right. That's a lot of power cell here.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Customer companion? Hmm. We can go for the next one already. Oh wait, this is excavation. And I've been spoiled by my... And a dragon? Oh my goodness.
Excavation complete. Look what we found.
Oh, that was kind of cool actually.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
I need power. That did spoil dragon and milk, the ultimate spoil. Oh my god, wait, that just gave me an idea. I could make a redeem that just activates everything. It is all in Fireball, I believe, so I could do that. Hi, I'm a shotgun.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
They're getting more and more Xmas, no? It's getting a little bit scary. When I failed a mission, if I just fail to excavate one of them? Or can I still extract? Heck yeah, spoiled milk? Oh no! Not the spoiled milk! Oh, what happened to the words? Oh, we will.
Take it complete. Your hard work has just been rewarded.
Is there actually if you fail any excavation if I remember? Okay, that's actually really heckin' nice. I love excavation even more now. Oh. Sneaky mod bike. Must have been really loud, I'm sorry. So dog can subdue them sometimes? Like just straight out disarm them or something? Hi Zri. Oh my god, hi weird. Oh. Must have loot. I'll do like maybe 1 or 2 more excavate. Oh.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protect it from enemy fire.
Oh, what is this?
The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
I actually appreciate the game allows me to do like 2 excavations at once. Oh my god, what the fuck happened? Alright.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Oh, I cannot kill them properly with one shot, even close range, you know. Infested outbreak, what? What is the game trying to tell me?
What we just uncovered.
It's a little spicy, but I think we can do one more. I'm gonna open up Warframe. I'm gonna be blessed with stuff I got to do. Sorry, I haven't been reading chat. Can I pause? Okay, it's pausing. Nice. Alright, let me see how much I missed. I could do Warframe. Oh, from here. Invisibly counter a companion. Ah. The relic farming burned me out. Oh. Invisible. Need to get back to Warframe. There's definitely a reason you're invisible. It's for a companion. Okay, okay. Sounds like a perfect time to get back into Warframe then. True. Collab stream with the little bull. I don't know, maybe. I'm still so new though. Grind for Prime Warframes for our burnout of this game, honestly. Can try to get back into Warframe today. Just very much Warframe feels like a game better with friends for me. And that's fair. There's already in this one. Oh yeah. I was saying earlier. Oh, Jiro, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I knew I missed something. Gonna get punished for failing excavations? Oh, heck yeah. I was gonna ask Sleeping, but I'm sure if I should ask, but is able to join a Warframe with you or no? No, not now, sadly. Because I'm still like so new and I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, and after a while I'll be playing Raft with Brecky and Zeus too. So that's why I'm not doing like sorry that's why I'm not playing main stories. Sorry if we shouldn't have asked. No, it's okay. You could ask. I just feel bad because usually when people ask, I just say no most of the time. I forget exactly what Huras does apart of making it invisible. I don't know. Screw it, I'm gonna open up Warframe and immediately be blasted with stuff I gotta do. Run one thing at a time. Catch out with new quest might be a good idea. I need drink. I call up with chat. I wasn't reading chat. But if I do play more and once I'm in a more grindy situation, then it would be nice to have friends join and help with the grinds and stuff. Yeah. But for now, I'm still like trying to figure out the game and stuff. So yeah. I see loot. Wait, I see loot. I want to get pick up. I want to get. What are you doing? Why are you? Okay. Oh my goodness, loot. Thanks for understanding.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire.
This is like the worst terrain,
has
no?
been located. Proceed to the dig site.
Oh, what happened? Someone is shooting explosives constantly. Is it you? Oh no.
Destroyed. That artifact is now
Oh,
lost
it's
to
you.
us.
Unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think I can do any more excavations. They're like level 17 and like really high now. It's okay. Let's extract. Definitely recommend people when grinding certain things. Grinding tasks can be so much that it does like very numbing. Yeah, I mean it's like the usual for for like free games, MMOs. I don't think Warframe counts as MMO, does it? It kinda is, no? It's MMO in the sense of like being able to chat with everyone in the world, question mark? Does it count? Oh. Okay, yeah, they're going crazy with the explosions now. Yeah, it's MMO by most definitions. Loop. Tenno and Hooch with a Kubra equipped. Nice. I got 445 endo. That's... Excavation is really fucking good. Like, I'm getting endo. So much endo. It's crazy. I want to do my excavation. I have endo now. I'm filled with endo. I'm so filled to the brim. I love how one mission, Bronco, is already higher than Botor. So... Electricity. Yeah, there's more now. Stares at relics. My worst enemy, relic grinding. I cannot open up relics still. Some of the quests can be multiplayer, but the other players have to be at the same stage of the quest. XP for red kills is 50-50 split between the weapon and the frame, and the company kills is the equal between all weapons and the frame, I remember correctly. Yeah, I heard a lot of like the packle between like XP gains for everything. I'm just gonna use whatever I want or do whatever I can.
Operator, Ordis is sorry. Happy to report that all my good jokes are gone.
All my good jokes are gone. Yeah, fuck you too. Yeah, I have this void relic, but I can only view what I can get, but I cannot really like, I don't know. The refinement only changes the drop chance. Oh. 35%, 75 remaining experience amongst 1 to 4 equipped weapons. Cervantes. Sabotage. Koba. Infestation? Oh, it's a defense. 6 to 16 though. That's kind of scary, no? I probably won't be able to do like 15 waves if that's the case, but plus 8% affinity for melee kills, 12% affinity from kills, 15% resource drop chance. That's really good. I'm doing this. I mean, it has more words, so it has to be good, right? Yeah. Yeah. Accept the Copa. Woo. I have the biggest of
Our
bonk.
position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bop. 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 Oh my god, running with hammer is so cool. No loot here? Okay. Or not that I can see.
Readying reinforcements. Keep fighting,
Not this
Tenno.
map. Oh no, I hate this map. The Kobo is doing so well. Hammer. Hi, Sando. Kobo is trying. Oh my god. Bop. Can I do like... Oh, this is fucked up. Okay, why are there so many scary noises? Bop. 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 Ooh, it is very sluggish. I have to get used to this. Oh my god, food bowl? You have dog? I have dog. I have the dog or no? And I have a shotgun. Don't spit, it's rude. What happened? Oh my god, dog is so cool. Good job, dog. Good job. Oh my god, good job, dog. Bop. Oh my goodness, the dog is doing everything. Is that Perry? Please tell me that's Perry. I'm gonna test it out. I don't know if they're gonna if they can hit me though. Hit me. No, you're too late. Spin. Spin to win. I love heavy melee. Yeah, but what does it glow? Does it glow for no reason? I guess. Ooh. Because it's heavy attack, indicate that it's a heavy melee. I can.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Gosh, Lotta is saying I'm brave? Oh my goodness. What the heck? That's gonna hurt. That was like straight to the face. Textbook swing. Oh. Mercy? Why does killing you take 10 years? My things are gonna get destroyed. I like the spin. I like the spin to win. Aha! The range is insane though. I feel like the hammer has so much phantom hitbox. No. No. Salo Bolt redeeming boops? We all must boop the toy build. Salo has amazing booper. Or like a snoot that is like very amazing to boop. Definitely no bias there. Wait. Good job, dog. Good job. Maggot?
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Ooh, this is good. Ammo drum, normal.
Keep fighting. Another
Mention?
opportunity to
I like
extract
boop,
will appear soon.
boop all the Kobo snoot. Okay, I like being booped. Dog hurts. Got him. That was a textbook swing. Cinematic build. Nice, nice. Collected 100 mods. I felt like I got a achievement. Booby and our stuff your stocks in 5-year expired mayo. You won't. Salo is so nice, Salo wouldn't do that. Yeah. This is also like textbook spin to win. Happen? Heavy weapon proficiency. Balance posture. Oh, whoop, bro, it's only 21. That's so fast. Gosh, with this hammer, I'm pretty sure I can go for more. 15 is possible, actually. I'm surprised. There's so many loots on the floor. Ooh, why are you so shiny? There was a lot of shiny enemies, but the cryopod didn't take too much damage. I'm surprised. Also, what is this?
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting? Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
It's a vital sense? I guess it heals. Get spin on them. Bop. Oh yeah? Oh, things are getting harder to kill now. Heavy weapon, heavy ammo canister. Heavy ammo? Ooh. I should just spin, honestly. Nice jump. $10K? Holy shit, heavy weapon. That heavy swing did 10K. I found my the one weapon. It's the one. Just slight spin to win. What does this cinematic kill do though? I mean, sure it provides iframe, but does it give anything extra? Like more XP maybe? Actually kills them for one. That's for sure. Yeah. Does it give more drops maybe? Is it something like what's it again? Doom Eternal? Uh-oh. I'm killing with my handgun. Oh, that was cool.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
Feels pretty
Keep
okay
fighting.
still.
Another opportunity
Meant to make it easy to
extract
kill
will
tough
appear
enemies.
soon.
Oh. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Because the enemy was really tough, but I can just one-shot them. Being too win. Must protect Cryopod by beating it up. The Cryopod might not survive this. I don't know what's going on. Oh, we survived, okay. I need to use my heavy hit when there's like a bunch of tough enemies. Like, these fodders are fine still. It's okay for me to call them fodders, right? Because that's kind of what they are. God damn. Yeah, like these guys maybe? Nothing my spin cannot handle. Bop. Bop. I whipped. Level 16 already? Very, very nice. Did my dog just do 10k? Actually scary, holy shit. Oh, wait, my shotgun can one shot? Huh? Well, if it hits good. Okay, I'm not doing it. Whoa. I'm doing it.
Extraction is ready.
That feels
Unless you can handle
doable
more
actually.
of the enemy.
One more.
Continue to
It feels
defend.
doable, it feels
You will
doable.
be rewarded for your bravery.
One more, right? One last one. Last one, no more. Last one, no more. Reach rank 20 with any tree sentinels? I'm just gonna spin to win, why not? Swan Mountain. Oh. Hi, Dark Stars Fate. Get bonked, stupid. My oh, the cryopod survived still. Holy shit. Uh-oh. Can't believe I can't deal it. What? Holy shit! I'm reviving. You know what? I did block this upon myself. Hi, Brecky. Did Kobo get bonked by the ancient? Ancient what? The big boy? I don't even remember what I got bonked by, but that was like a... I feel like there was a one-shot question mark? I love the textbook swings. I'm not gonna like risk dying again. If I have the big boy, might as well use them. Okay, that's good.
Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
I saw you read the clip editor.
Words coming in of so many of you being your best selves. Nora is just beside.
The Toxic Ancient 3-hit combo. Toxic is the only way to actually get one shot in the game because shield gating go burr. Oh. I got textbook 3-hit one shot.
Tenno, the balance of power continues to shift. Navigation is marked with new invasions.
Oh, I get so much thing in this mission. Spinning needle, swift steps, twisting slashes. Oh, it's a door dagger stance. Vital sense. Oh, it's a rifle thingy. Fatal acceleration, 10% projectile speed. Melee. 25% chance to increase melee combo counter when slash status deals damage. Rubedo. Sprint speed. Ammo maximum. Puncture. And quick draw reload speed. Ooh. Oh my god, level 25 on Frago already? Crazy. Since you've done it, Dark Sector missions grant additional affinity during and after completion? If I remember correctly, there are always infested missions. Oh, oh thank you, Dan. You the wet machine? Wait. So I can build forge. So I can build a crucible. So I can build a whacking hammer. How was Minecraft? Oh, thank you, Narix. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Oh my goodness. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hope stream was good, and I hope Minecraft was fun. What is this?
You keep being you, dreamers.
Fuses with a melee weapon to unlock the arcane slot. Ooh. Is Nightwave? Nightwave is so cool.
And we're out.
Oh, do you mean the arcane adapter? The infused melee thingy? Yeah. More Warframe? Yeah. I've been kind of addicted to Warframe, honestly. It was first streaming the new schedule, so it was kind of lonely, but still chill and fun. Oh. Well, I'm glad it was still chill and fun. Heck yeah. I guess starting a new schedule, that does happen. I remember that happening to me. Hi, Ash. What if we did Battle Pass, but free and presented by a resistant radio announcer? It's so cool. She's so cool. Every day we look at Chroma, and then think that someday I'm gonna get Chroma. Am I right or am I right, chat? Toxin? Heat? I've reached. Someday you're going to get Chroma? Yeah. Normal Chroma look a bit like a shrimp, but I still like him. It's as dragon as it gets for now anyway. Oh, I need attack speed. Yeah. And fire? Gas and magnetic. You've probably only been told this already, but don't get weapons, frames, etc. with plat. I'm not getting them with platinum. I mean, I'm not even earning platinum, so I'm not gonna... 620 and... Oh my god, I have so much endo? Take it. I have so much endo. What does upgrading these do? Makes sense. Wait, what? This mod will be removed from Frago to complete fusion because the new ring exceeds its capacity. Oh, that's actually really nice that they tell me about that. I want a dual dagger. Wait. There's a dual dagger here, right? You? Light blade? Oh no, it's dual scanner. Oh, wait, I can get this one. Fist fence? A pair of mighty gauntlets. The Ankyros were designed by the Tenno for close quarter combat. I have need. No, I cannot make it. Dualzoren? Gram. Oh, great sword? Heavy two-handed sword known as Gram. Are you at the Mars section of your Wawa journey? I think I'm like all over the place. Kokake? His fence? Hand and feet allow devastating high-flying hand-to-hand combat attacks without risking harm to the user. Can I make this? Yo. Yo, I'm buying that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Those categories are not accurate? Eh? Kokake aspiring, which is neither of those things. What's the weapon I told you about? Oh, Kokake? I think. I don't remember anything. My brain doesn't work most of the time. Craft, craft, craft. Fang is the... Are we rafting today? Yeah. It is today. Yeah, it's Friday. That's why I'm not doing main missions. Fang is a dual dagger, but not dual scanner? I know you love fisting like I do, but with sparring weapons we can also summon people alongside fisting. Yeah. Those scanners are dual swords, so... What the fuck? Hate this game. What do you mean? What do you mean? Can I make this? I can't. Oh. Who needs
If I may
stands?
say, operator, your chosen warframe suits you. Ha ha.
Who heckin' needs stands, huh? We don't need stands. What do we need stands for? We just bonk the shit out of everything. I like defense and excavation. It's Cervantes. Sabotage. To Venus. Until Kobo discovers cleaving Wolverine heavy blades, then you will see who needs stands. That's for a future me problem. Rescue, capture, mobile defense. Oh, can I find like more dark sector, like infected? Infestation. It's a mobile defense. Exterminate. But mobile, huh? No, wait. Oh shit. Yeah, this one is good. I just wanna keep doing this. That's the spin stance? Aren't I already spinning? In chat, I'm gonna do this one again. I'm doing that one again, chat. Oh my god. Me doing the same quest again? Holy hecky. Holy hecky, wow. I love defense. Always reading the grind set. G, what the heckin' G? I cannot believe it.
Been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Oh, I spin so much faster now. Whee! Go, Doc, go. We're gonna beat the shit out of them. And then we can... Did I just... Oh no, it's the dog doing. What did dog do? Oh my god, I spin so fast. We do call it Wolfram for a reason. Yeah, I always believe in like... I mean, it's a free game, farming is inevitable. So does most of the game, honestly. Even if paid game, farming is inevitable. But the thing is, if they make farming engaging and fun, I don't see why not. This one, to me, so far, is pretty okay, right? This mission right here is like, ooh, I'm getting like more percentage thingy. I'm looking at more words and I like it. More words means more reward. And I'm all about that. It's a secret warframe, it's fun. I'm surprised. Yeah, it is. Like, Monster Hunter is also fun, right? Like, I came from Monster Hunter where grinding and farming is second to none, right? So maybe I have like a stricter or like have a more critical point of view towards grinding, but warframe is still fun. You should find a good survival mission. It's the most fun farm mission in my opinion. Fair, fair. I haven't really seen a survival mission yet, I think. Not that I know of. I don't see any survival missions so far, I think. Only like excavation, extermination, defense, mobile defense, right, those kind of things. It's spin, dum dum. Nuh-uh. Why are you Scorpion? Oh. I love it when they fly away. It's also nice that I can keep bonking more things.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy. Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
When there's more energy on the ground, when I do Exalted Blade, it's gonna be so easy. I mean, now that I have attack speed, I don't think I need to use my rush dash as much anymore. Why go to Jupiter to get stupider? Can we go to Jupiter? To a dragon, Kobo would say, I'll go to Uranus. I mean, what? Hi, Zeus. Venus is the woman symbol. I don't know about symbols being woman symbol or something. Ooh. Nice and easy. This is like fighting against infestation is also like nice because they don't really have a lot of like range damage, so protecting is a lot easier. Oh yeah? It's a symbol for Venus? Oh, I didn't know.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Continue
Continue
fighting.
to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Why is my weapon stinky? Is it because I bonked too much infested? Ooh. Nice, level 26. That's really fast. Just one mission 25. It's the elements on your weapon. My element is stinky? Fart hammer? Oh no. Do not many people go to Mars to get more farts? I don't know. I love how the first hit of the hammer is like textbook swing. Swing from up to down, let gravity do most of the work. It's so cool. Something about that just like... I don't know what's the word for it, cathartic? Something was stinky here. Dang, reach plus attack speed is crazy good. Get out of here. And then sometimes I can slide spin and then hits the back. I don't know, doing that feels nice. Reload speed. I'll spin towards victory. Oh, I have a gun. I'm ready whenever you are. Okay, I think after this mission, after doing like 18 waves, then it should be good.
Or continue fighting.
Hi, Wildflower.
Keep
Hammer
fighting.
time.
Another
Yeah.
opportunity to extract will
Fun
appear
thing about
soon.
Warframe, 21 is halfway to 30. 21 is halfway to 30. So this game is mathematically wrong. Or something? Whoa. Hmm?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Hmm? Yep, yep. Yep, yep. Yep. Nice. I'm getting bonked. Very nice. Oh. I'm gonna ignore that one for now. Whoa. I don't know what those are, but I don't like them.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
Scram?
Continue.
Ah, I
You
see.
will be rewarded for your bravery.
I think I'll do until wave 18 and it should be good. Defeated, you can see your weapon will level by the end of the mission. This one's tough to kill. What? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Bonus? Oh, max ring. But my guns are weak. The cryopod is like dying. What? Wow. You get bosses with evolution if you succeed. Yeah, the question is I have to succeed. Hi, Bree. Wow, I'm not doing any damage at all. How Bree doing it? Oh.
Reinforcements available. Do you
Until
choose to
18.
leave
Yeah.
now or continue fighting?
Okay, three more.
Continue to defend.
Yeah, that we should be good.
You will be rewarded for your bravery.
I'll just use hammer, it's fine. Albeit it's like max rank, it's okay. Just playing some Make Warrior 5 clans. Ooh, heck yeah. Probably over 6 kills, the threshold then goes out with impact procs. Impact procs? They cannot win if I destroy the cryopod first. Ooh, that hurt, that hurt. Are you playing this solo for a particular reason? I always play with people whether it's random or not. Can go a lot further. I'm playing solo because I don't want to pull people down, especially if I'm playing with random. And also, this will be my last run, and then I'll be playing Raft with Breaky and Zeus later. I feel like if I were to play randos, I'm probably gonna bring them down so hard. Oh, it's a spinning needle again. Healing? I think that green wave is like a heal. Okay, Crime Pod is still doing it. Sure about dragging people off here, you know how the missions live, and people who live stuff off neat items as well. Can you be just wondering how come you live for? You should worry about dragging people. Oh. The free mission times where it's good to be contributing now. Yeah, I mean it's like me playing Monster Hunter. Or like me playing games in general. I'm just really afraid when I'm dragging people down because here's the situation that I'm in with like mentally being a people and all. Because starting from a kid situation, I keep being told that I suck at everything and I'm just bringing everyone down to until university when I live alone. I think that plays a part, right? I think that plays a part. I cannot handle playing with other people if I don't know what I'm doing or if I'm like really bad. Whoa. That thing's hard to kill. What is this? Oh. All I know is that it's very shiny.
Extraction is ready.
Okay, that was a little bit spicy.
Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
If you can't Monhan, it hurts everyone. In this, if you die, it's no big deal. No big a deal because everyone has their own revives and such. Oh, everyone has their own revive? That's not bad. Damage number customization. You're now inflicting outrageous level of damage. Game, is this how you glaze me? God damn. Would you apply the condensed damage number preset to reduce visual clutter? Well, I mean, I've been glazed. Hell yeah. I've been glazed. Oh my god. Regen. Sentinel recovery time reduced by 5 seconds. Quick draw. Melee. Ooh. Shade. And cloak's owner when enemies are within 14 meters. The cloak is disrupted if the owner attacks. Ooh, shade. Fire rate rifle? 2 times for bows? Oh. Sprint speed. Wait, this one for Botor. Botor is rifle, right? Oh, okay. Expel infested.
I've been thinking, operator. I thought you'd want to know.
What? Oh, you've been thinking. Oh.
Saddle up.
That scared me. Why is it so loud? biased hands. That adds like 2%? Everyone has their own revive pool, and you go into bleed out mode when in co-op where you can just interact revive. Oh. So it's not as bad as I thought. Like it's not like Monster Hunter where card hurts everyone. Doesn't take a limited revives. So there is limited revives, but only for each person, not a team thing. Is what I'm getting here. Limited revives per person? Okay, wait, that's actually really nice. Personally limited, but if you can interact revive, it's free. But people can revive you and are usually pretty good about it. Now, I'm afraid that I couldn't revive anyone. It's like, oh fuck. What if by some miracle I'm the last one dead? It's like, oh no. You can get EXP when you rest someone. Problem is, can I even rest them? It's only if you full die they have to use limited revive. Wolfen's community is pretty good usually. That I wholeheartedly believe, yeah. Do I have any other gun? Medium and long range? Make it deadly weapon in the hands of skilled marksmen. Is this like a sniper? Are you a sniper? Yeah, you're a sniper. MK1 Breton? Oh, I have Breton. MK1 Strun? Shotgun? You... How did I not see this? Mine. Right, I... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There are a couple of super endgame game modes where you should be able to hold your own, but you won't have to worry about those for at least 100 or so hours. Probably several hundred for most players. Still rifle, even though snipers are normally rifles mod type. Ooh. It was 20% multi-shot. Wait, this is 60%. So... Fuck! What, you only have 16? Boo. Just semi-auto. 60% max rank, but haven't ranked up health chamber yet? Oh, you're right. Holy fucking shit, that's expensive as hell. And this is also expensive as hell. But 120% multi-shot. More bullet? So if it's like 200% multi-shot, is it gonna be like 2 more bullet? Is that it? Bullet? Oh, Brecky and Zeus is already in Discord chat. Yep, okay. There was more bullet per bullet? Damage instance fired per shot without consuming additional ammo. Wait. base is 10. I mean 80%, 8 more. So 100% is plus 10. Oh, because of the base amount. Oh, the base amount. Oh, shit. So if I have 100%, it's plus 10, so it's 20. If it's 200%, it's plus 20, so it's 30. That's crazy. Oh. I'm keeping it. But I don't know how I can get more capacity though, which is kind of weird. Hmm. 48% reload speed. That's really fast, no? Level the weapon, I think if you mouse over the capacity will explain, huh? Half item rank and or mastery rank, whichever is higher. Base capacity, half item rank or mastery rank? Item? Oh, half item rank, so 17 half. 8? Oh, it is 8, okay. You can basically cover the entire screen with damage number of multi-shot, high multi-shot shotgun. I mean, that sounds good. Jester! Oh my god, it's been so long. I think I saw you playing Warhammer. How was stream? I forgot that's a late message. It's so cursed. How was stream? Hi Jester. Here, I'll do it. Haha. I'm slower, no. Thank you, Breen. Cutie bulb. Oh no. Welcome in everyone. Hope you are doing good. Yeah, it is Warhammer. Hope stream was good. Short 12-hour stream, play a lot of random stuff. I only saw like, I guess the late end of the stream where you're playing Warhammer. Dark Tide? The Skeeters? Now that I maxed them out, I've been jumping between classes like my all green. I don't know what any of those are, but sounds good, sounds fun. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons, puppets. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. I'm here. I'm gonna change games now. I'm gonna be playing Raft with Brekkie and Zeus. So heck yeah, I'm definitely gonna play more. I'm definitely gonna play more Warframe very soon. Wait, can I do this real quick because it's like time constraint. I only need to like do something here, right? All right, real quick. I'm doing something this very fast. Cute ball. Oh. Well, if you need any post-drink, okay, get some rest, get some food, get some drink.
Show me that you know of the old ways.
Appreciate
Eliminate
it.
all targets using your melee weapon.
Melee weapon? Oh my god, say less, queen.
Again.
Yeah, post-drink care very important. Thanks again for the raid, Jester. I thought it says end yourself. What the hell? It was fucked up, Lotus.
A formidable performance. This test is now complete.
Actually free.
Another job well executed.
Yay! Gold initiate. I'm the best. I get shiny. Alright, they're waiting for me for so long. I feel weird.
Inbox messages await the operator.
Rocky?
I wonder what they say.
The Wave Rider. When tragedy strikes, the Ven kids search for hope in a long-lost story. Hey, Glinty Lady Matey says you've proved you're a decent mucker, so if I ever got deep in the crud, you'll be willing to help out, right? Not that I'm deep in the crud yet. Keep you posted, Rocky. Story? I assume that's story. What is this? Pledge allegiance to a syndicate to increase your standing with that syndicate and its allies to earn reward. You lose standing with syndicates that oppose your pledge ideals, but can resign your pledge and explore a new syndicate at any time. Say sorry. Okay, so syndicates. Any dragon? No dragon. I mean, I don't care. Get out of here. Any reward here?
Yo. Later.
Alright, we good. One last thing.
Tenno, your codex has been updated with a new quest.
Have I made this? No, I don't have nanospores. Okay. I want to see what I can make, and I'm gonna make as much as I can. Come on.
Do you remember the old war, Operator? Ordis seems to have misplaced those memories.
I don't have Morphix. Two-handed blade? That's a cool sword. Oh my god. Yeah, I know, Zeus, I know. Ooh, what is this? Miscellaneous? The Cronin resurrects a lethal fighting style once lost to the ages. I need this. What is this? Is this Tonfa? Holy fuck, it's Tonfa. I'm gonna cry. I need Tonfa. The TLDR is you can most practically rank up 3 syndicates at once. Specific triads too. The triads are Arbiter plus Suda plus Steel Meridian or New Loka Perrine Red Veil. If you try to rank out different combinations of syndicates, it will be either awkward or straight up impossible. Cronen and Tonfa? Oh. Okay. I've been here long enough. They're waiting for me. Okay. Let's exit game. And then I'm gonna change the titles and stuff. I can do the ad, right? Yeah, I can. Okay. Oh my god, it's been half an hour. Alright, chat. Y'all know what time it is. It is time for Pop Jazz Radio. Warframe 2 strong? Yeah. Me.
Hello.
Okay, I muted Tiora's stream. Hello.
I'm late. Hello.
This is interesting.
You just click it on it, and then you just...
You could make shelves, maybe. How far does it go? Can you make it like all the way across this?
Do you see it? Well, I can just...
No. Drop me one.
I'm gonna drop you 2.
Wow.
Yeah, we're already playing, so you should be able to just join the shared chat.
Oh, it
thing.
almost reaches.
Almost. You can also just make shells,
Yeah, but here, look.
I have drink water.
Yeah,
This could be a shelf.
could be. I'm removing it.
Oh, fine. Here's your other one.
I want to try to barge into a shared chat. Is that possible?
You should have an invite.
I don't think I've seen an invite.
I can invite you again. Awaiting response.
Of the
Send invite.
response?
Tara doesn't want
Oh, I
to
see
play
it.
with us.
I'm in.
Could be.
Yeah, I'm in. Okay, let's join.
I can use the detail planks to like cover up these ugly ladder holes.
What ugly ladder holes? The ones that we barely have to go up?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by ugly ladder holes.
I'm gonna be here and I'm going to make more
Oh,
food.
this? I kind of prefer, I kind of don't like them being covered because it makes it hard for you to get down.
You just have to get better at it.
Whoa.
I think with the detail planks, it's a lot better than with the triangle.
I just found it hard to get out. Or get down.
Yeah, like this. This is perfect. And you can still run over it if you want. But if you walk, it just...
Brack, your stream is very quiet.
I'm quiet?
You don't have to make excuses for watching me. You can watch me for any reason.
Am I just quiet or... I don't
No,
know.
you're... Ow.
I don't know what to do about that because my audio is all in the yellow area, which is supposed to mean good.
Yellow should be good, I think. Yeah. I'm back cooking again. Oh my goodness.
Hmm. What is...
The wrap is even more pretty
Yeah.
though. There's so many curtains.
I had to just place them down. I don't know what to do to make it louder.
To me, you sound pretty okay, I would say.
To me, it sounds like you got closer to your microphone.
Isn't that nice?
I feel like I always have it next to my mouth. Test, test, test.
I'm hearing.
Testing 1, 2.
Test, test, test. Can you talk?
Hi,
Hello?
howdy, hello. Am I quiet on Bracky's chat?
No, I'm looking at the
Um,
bars. So now it should be peaking the red.
You are louder now, yeah.
This is fine.
Now better.
Sounds fine now.
Now I'm gonna get anxiety because it's peaking the red. Hello, Solo.
Mine I have mine going barely at the red.
Mine
Yeah, that's what
is
mine is at now.
mine's a yellow.
Well,
I brought down my microphone a little bit because I don't like how I sound and I feel like I'm too loud.
I guess I make the music a bit louder as well. Well, thank you for telling me. I haven't worked on my audio setup in probably 3 years. So...
Hello, thank you for following. Solar Dwagon.
Oh, the dragon.
Thank you for follow.
Where are those scraper?
I have a tiny bit in my inventory, maybe.
It's okay. I can make other. I can make some other food for now.
Every food that exists. Way too much of it. Yeah, this is way better than the triangles. I just used a lot of wood for a few detail plans.
It's okay. I can always get more wood.
Yeah, we'll get on wood. I'm trying to think what else to use them for. Yeah, I'm quiet again? Oh, when I turn away? Yeah, Raw.
No?
Bro.
Hacking. Yep.
Was there anything else I wanted to... Do you think we're gonna get many more recipes?
I don't think so. We should have like almost all of them.
Almost?
We have all the purchasable ones and we have gotten almost everything. I can't think of any that we don't have off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'd be surprised, because we've been grabbing recipes for a long time.
But then
Let's see, I'm gonna Google it.
the hacking
You can't.
recipes are so awkward.
Recipes. List of recipes.
I swear I was actually following you. You don't have to. You can stop following me now if you want to.
I want to follow Zeus. Couch friend.
Okay, we have barbecue, we have coconut chicken, we have head broth, mushroom omelette, chalk dinner, simple fish stew,
Wait, my foogies aren't there.
steak with jam, sushi, and vegetable soup.
Yours are
Good.
here on my end.
No, I didn't have mine active.
I think we have all these. That's 2, 4, 7. 2, 4, 5, 6. Wait. Am I stupid?
I'm gonna be a menace with how much food I have, or how much food we have.
I think we're missing head broth for food.
We have head broth.
As a recipe?
Yeah,
Yes.
head broth is this one.
Oh yeah. Wait. I'm going crazy. We have barbecue.
We do.
Catfish deluxe. That's the
Did you add more
bowl.
lights in here? It looks very bright.
Coconut.
It does look very bright. Yeah.
I didn't add any. Oh, I added some lights. No. The only place I added some lights recently was downstairs in the machine room. I'm a good couch. This model very much looks like a couch. I wanted to move the Fukis behind me so they look like they stand on it, but I'm too lazy.
I am so treating Bracky as a couch right now. Look at me, I'm so small.
Coconut chicken, mushroom omelette.
Very couch, Dirk, I know. Bracky is very comfy.
Coconut chicken. Okay, the mushroom omelette recipe isn't hanging here. And I remember getting that.
How?
That would be.
Yeah?
Chalk dinner, simple fish. Yeah. Good job, sushi, veggie soup.
Do you use this back ladder a lot?
What
Uh,
back ladder?
Not really. What? Why?
I wanted so I wanted to move this fuel tank and then move all the engines up one and then have another engine back here so we can make the raft a little bit bigger if we want to.
I don't want to make it bigger.
But what if I want to build?
No.
No.
Oh, I don't know. If you
I'm
want to build
fishing.
them, guess you can do it. We can like move it. So you move the engine one back and then maybe make it like vertical here.
Yeah, well, I was going to move all these engines up forward and then add a third engine
Yes.
like right here.
And we can. Yeah, I see. I see. Okay, I think I'm having a stroke because I either can't count or just can't see.
I found a lucky cat. Needs Bracky to be better couch.
Let me get some wood.
Oh,
I feel if I want to sleep on top of a dragon, I would do like a kitty thing. The kitty will spin around in place and then curls up.
The anchor being in the back is great because it can easily jump down again. Oh, I fell down.
James Donk is having a strong call of bondulence.
you didn't have to move that one.
gemstone?
Did not?
So, 1, 2, 3.
Can probably just
Let's do this, and let's do that just in case.
do this.
I think it's this. I think it's this corner that has to be a full tile.
But not if you move it one forward.
But there's a net there.
Can you not place it on the net?
No, the net doesn't count as foundation.
I can remove it.
We need it.
With plastic. Plastic, metal. Bro, all ages, thank you for the 16 months. Thanks for the pets. Hope you're having a good evening.
I found another lucky can.
Ooh, nice.
I have 2 now.
Oh, you moved it?
Yeah. I guess like this you can just move it 2 in front and we can have the ladder in the same place.
But then we'd have to remove this net as well and this door because we would need to have the pipes going all the way up here.
I watching the show.
Oh.
I heard someone getting bitten.
Would you want to remove the pipes?
I
Or the door?
hope the show was fun. Wait, you can't make this go through a door?
It's buggy. It'll work and it'll connect, but it'll stop working randomly. Also, there's a kitchen. There's a dining area here. Do you want an engine at a dining area?
The engine is kinda tasty. Dolphin?
I guess we do it like that. Ooh. Hey, that's worth losing sleep, right? Well, I hope it's holding up to your expectations. I need to get sippy. Need to drink the fridge empty. That's good.
Wait. What thread?
Hmm?
Oh, you didn't see what show? I was curious.
Oh, what show?
Um,
Can you get the lamp back?
I have a torch.
Yes. Nice. Believe it or not, I think I know what the X-Men are. I know that's crazy.
X-Men 97. I heard of it.
Oh, my axe broke.
I have not.
You could have a ladder here.
Yes, that was my plan. I think there's that one bald guy at the X-Men, right?
Professor Xavier. Dr. Magneto.
I
I don't know if
don't
he's
know
Dr.
the
Magneto.
name.
I just know he's Magneto.
I think I remember watching an X-Men movie at some point when I was at a family's place. I wanted to make a new... They... I think Magneto was someone there. He like destroyed a ship
Yes.
or something. I should stop talking. I'm gonna make Ages mad.
Make them angry.
I have been silent. I
Okay,
have zero
so
knowledge on X-Men.
with 3 engines, we
Oh,
can go
I'm
up to
just
300.
disappointed.
It's my soul.
We can go up to 300 if we wanted to.
Speed?
300 floor tiles. Or raft tiles. That is a big island. We want to go to a big island?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
One day Ages can educate me on all these things that I'm uncultured on. Oh no, we're spinning.
I can close the door.
I don't think I recognize this shape of this island. Or maybe it's where we're coming from to this island.
Oh, we had the dialogue before. It's just a different perspective. The heat is actually gone here. We had a really hot week, but this week it's been... Like, right now it's not even 20 degrees Celsius. It's bearable again. For now. Sure, we'll get
Nope, I'm
back.
crashing.
Yeah, now we have normal summer temperatures with rain and stuff. Rain is supposed to be the time of the year where we get the most rain. But,
Summer's the time of the year?
yeah, we usually get most rain during summer. Yes, I'm sorry. My brain. Where?
That should be good enough, right? Yeah, you can jump onto it.
It's far. Where? We can put another torch in there. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I can't have the door here. What if?
You just want to... You can move the wall. You could just wall this over. No, well, I mean, it'd have to be over here.
Oh, diagonal. Wait, I don't have enough nails.
Can you diagonal wall? I don't know if the
Wait.
diagonal wall is going to mess with this.
Congrats on the ball of the hour. No, I cannot build a diagonal door. Oh, that's probably why it's buggy, because you can't place it when the pipe is already there. Oh, you're affected
just-
by the weather? That's interesting.
I'll just throw this away. Or I could put it. Where did you have the extra buildings?
Oh, it's at the very top, under the desk. All broken.
Monsoon? I mean, it's not supposed to be monsoon over here, but there's a lot of rain these days over here. It's kind of weird.
Rain is so awesome. I love, like, when it rains, I just shut off all the electricity and just sit on the window and look out.
Right? Rain is so
broken.
cool actually. I love rain.
Hello.
I'm gonna go cut trees. Hi, Broken.
I need plank.
Remember to bring food for adventure.
You already placed the lucky cats down somewhere.
Yeah, I did. I placed it near.
Dude died.
No, there's a pig. I'm killing the pig. I'm in the future. They cannot hurt me.
Where did you
Yeah, I
put
was gonna
them?
see what.
Oh, that's fun.
Right,
What's
right. I like that placement.
They're
I wanna know what's
sitting
fun.
under the chair.
Oh, so we feel them when we sit down.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Something I did as a depressed teenager is, like, when it was raining and storming, I just sat at the bus stop, which is covered by a roof.
Oh. When it's raining, I mean that.
Yeah.
I kind of like that feeling too. I used to love walking under light rain.
Tell me if you see the animal for this island.
Oh, I haven't even looked at the island at all.
I'm cutting trees.
I'm decorating the raft.
Pretty.
Yeah, these string lights are overpowered.
Aren't they just like two plastic and a rope or something?
Well, more than that. I just mean in an aesthetic way. I built this silly abstract wall. I think this wall looks neat.
Hello, bird. Bird
Sure.
dropped a rock on me.
Oh, bird. Oh, I see a big bird. Yeah.
Is there really no animal here?
Ammo?
Animal.
No animal. I haven't seen one. Oh, I see a goat on top of the island.
Oh no. Oh, I see a llama.
His favorite.
Neuron activation.
Well, the llamas make us trading cubes.
I can make you trading cubes.
Oh, it's so bright in here.
Oh,
To
bird.
make a plant.
Oh, I dropped into a cave? How?
I find it funny that it took you more than a day to figure out that it changed all the names.
What name?
Oh,
All the dogs.
Wait, you changed milk?
this. No,
No.
this is updated the description on the item frames.
No. Why is it in such a hard place to shoot?
And here we can put, I don't know, another lucky cat. Inventory.
Where'd he go? It's over there.
Oh yeah, I was looking what kind of recipes we had.
There's more recipes?
So it's supposed to be 12 food-related recipes.
I'm not watching Storms for Insight. Yeah, my goodness. It's like
There's
really
only 10.
very comfy.
8.
We now have 5 llamas. Or alpacas. I'm not sure what they are.
Okay. The two recipes that are not on the board right now is vegetable soup and mushroom omelette.
Oh, so we got the mushroom omelet from like a chest or something.
I feel like I also got a recipe for it, but I don't know where it went. If someone threw it out on accident. Could have been.
I didn't. Or
I
at
feel
least I
like we
think I
should have had
didn't.
vegetable soup. It's a very common one.
Oh, pufferfish.
I'd have to treasure hunt. I don't know where the vegetable soup one went. It's kind of hilarious that that's the one that's missing.
Well, we don't really need it, but if you want it for aesthetics, I guess.
Yeah. That's what's so funny about it. It's like, you know that one.
Aesthetic is
Retyping.
always nice.
Yeah. Oh my god, 2 treasures are right down here with the traders.
Nice.
I've been mining.
Yes. Who doesn't bury their
We could
treasure here?
we could remove these back furnaces and put another electric furnace.
I like them there. I don't know.
Okay.
You said we don't need more.
I found a silver algae.
Yay. I should probably look for clay and scrap, right?
Do we need clams?
Not really.
I don't know.
Oh, my hook broke.
I can drop. Okay, I did drop.
Need to clear out my inventory. Gosh darn. Hello,
Raccoon
Toon
with the
Bolt.
heart squares.
Whoa, Toon? Wait, oh my god. Hi, Kobo friend.
They're making you stretch and hydrate.
Me too.
Where? It's a crime to be nice to me.
No. I hope Toon doing good.
No, it exploded. Also, I'm about to die to shark.
Oh,
Don't do that.
dying
Okay.
is bad.
I was fighting a pufferfish and the shark came and attacked me.
Do I have to save you again?
No.
2 clay.
What is this?
Leather,
Coconut chicken?
leaf, and plank. Okay. gear right now. Okay, I need a new spear and a new hook. We don't
There
need...
might be a new spear inside the box.
I took that
Oh,
spear.
and a hook. Hell yeah. Scrapbook is better to find in there anyways.
Ow. Oh, the shark is on me.
Goodbye, Toonbolt.
I have to... Goodbye forever.
Oh,
Okay, I got a new... I'm gonna murder the shark now.
yay.
Honk. There's another pufferfish. How many arrows I got?
Wait.
There's no treasure on this one.
Hope you're ready, because the shark is gonna die any second. Shark is dead.
I just went to the opposite side of the island. So you wouldn't follow me.
Ooh, get that tie.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, shark is dead. If
Ooh.
anyone wants to help me clean up here.
I'm on the raft. I'm gonna go continue mining then.
Guess we're mainly looking for clay and scrap.
I got like a stack of scrap there.
Nice. There's a ton of scrap below here as well.
I'm on other parts of the island. Looking.
I'm gonna get that tie real quick.
Good luck.
The stuff on this island goes pretty deep. At least the metal ore does.
Oh, it's you. Hello.
Hello.
There's a lot of stuff here. Did you get the chest down here? No.
Underwater, I did not grab any.
I see it. There's another puffer fish.
I can fight it. You have to use a bow or else it explodes.
I'm back.
It's on you.
Is the shark back?
No,
No,
it's
the
a puffer
pufferfish.
fish. Is it still fighting me? No.
No, I killed it. I should go up.
There's a bunch of stuff down there, but I don't know how much I care about it.
My character's complaining a lot about drowning. I don't think there's anything down here but metal, like at the very deepest part where the pufferfish was.
I got a bit of scrap. I feel like there's a bit
Oh.
more down there, but
Oh, you guys are here.
I'm down here. I only see metal ore and copper ore.
Just picked it up. Seems like we cleaned up the ore ocean floor nicely. I'm not picking up sand anymore.
I'm dying. I might actually die.
Dying is bad.
Hmm.
Ooh. Is
I'm
it
dead.
Oh,
I
I'm
feel
close to the
Tira,
surface.
I feel like Tira's closer.
I'm near where you saw me, Bracky.
Oh, the shark is back. I can distract the shark and Tira can get you.
I don't
But
know
Tiro doesn't know
where.
where I'm at.
Give me a second. I'm swimming back to the raft.
I also don't know where I'm at because I haven't gone up for air for a while.
Well,
Big
I
carrying
can't save
capacity.
you and fight the shark at the same time.
Are you close to the
Oh
raft?
no. I don't know. I guess I'll just do unstuck whenever it pops up.
I'm
My
trying
game
to
is starting to
find
lag as well.
the Zeus here. I see Brecky.
Well, then you're in the completely wrong area. It's on the other side of the raft.
Uh-oh. And then that's kind of... It's unfortunate.
I'll just wait for unstuck.
Okay. I'd like to get out of the water.
Double T-da-la-la. Another side of the island.
I left the water, so the shark will probably come after you.
It's okay. I'm close to the surface as well.
Double Tira?
Oh,
I don't know. what's the
Unstuck.
double.
I
Where am I?
I
I'm
can
on the
op-
raft.
I'm looking for you.
I'm somewhere. I'm pretty sure I'm like in a weird spot. I think I'm on top of the anchor.
Top of the anchor. I'm looking. Wait, you gotta see that on my screen.
Yeah, I see it. I'm just floating on top of the torch.
You're sleeping on the torch.
Are you sleeping on the torch?
Wait, Tira has to see this.
Oh, I missed it.
I mean, I'm not really sleeping. Kind of dead.
No, I haven't picked up this yet. Look.
Whoa.
The torch. Can I put Zeus into the fridge?
We need to save the evidence.
I'm
found 2 silver augates for you. And more shark meat. Bunch of scrape. A little bit of clay. Stone. Plank. Player streak. Oh, plank chest is full again. That didn't take long. I think we can go.
You want to leave this island?
Away from this island?
Well, I don't know if you have anything else you want to...
I kind of mine everything. I think I cut every possible tree.
Goodbye, island.
By island.
Nope, wrong button. Oh, the current is taking us back to the island. I guess I'll drive around it.
Chopping trees.
I'm chopping trees.
Oh, there's some feathers up there. Make a bunch of all the entrances are gonna get these.
I did not have an axe. I did have an axe. Do you still have the nets, Brecky,
I do.
that we've removed?
I think yeah, I have them.
Are they over here? Can I have them?
You can. Wait, did I give you the map?
I have
I
them.
see a small island. To our right, I think.
I fell. To the right?
Yeah.
I guess there is.
You wanna stop by there?
We can.
Also the
Heck yeah.
titanium. And the coconut, I guess.
Must have coconut.
Yeah, a pile of scrap.
Ooh. Isn't scrap good?
No, but when digging for the treasure, the pile of scrap is usually just random items,
Oh,
which is rarely scrap. Usually
that's
just like ropes, plastic.
sad. I thought they're gonna give more scraps.
I got one scrap from it, but it's not too thrilling.
I'm gonna cut tree.
Oh, dang. It's mining on the other side of the island, hoping I was safe.
Oh, hi Evie.
Oh, shark is dead again. If anyone wants to go underwater,
Underwater?
yeah, shark is dead again.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm going.
I was just like picking stuff up, then fighting the shark, and then picking stuff up. And I guess I did that enough that he's dead again.
Breaky too stonk.
Shark got
I need to
nothing.
get water. Not in real life, though. That's gross.
What?
You only drink G fuel.
Only Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper?
Is there Dr. Pepper in Europe?
Well, I don't drink energy drinks or soda
Well,
stuff.
Dr. Pepper is just a soda.
I have never seen it.
I've never seen it
It's
too.
like a reddish brown bottle brand.
I know what it looks like. I've never seen it.
Oh.
but there's a good chance that that's because I
Don't look for it.
I don't look for it. I don't know if it exists.
I don't see much stuff.
I think I
Yeah.
might dig around.
Oh, Zeus is here. Probably because I mined most of the things, question mark? I'm stealing.
Yeah, I also mind a lot. That's fine. It's a drawbridge.
It's a folded wood. I only found 3 scraps while mining.
I got like 10.
I'm ready to leave.
Oh,
Are you making a new house here?
I put a wall so Bracky can't reach me. I'm finally almost out of biofuel items. Or Paul's.
Dang.
Nice.
Oh, I fell off the raft. And got bitten for it.
I hear biting
Little water
noises.
streak. Nice balls. Thanks for the water streak.
457? That's a lot of balls.
I increased the volume of my stream. Let me know if it's better or not. I don't know if anyone cares about that.
I didn't tune into streams though because my PC would explode.
No, it's fine. I meant like chat.
Oh, this is a very dangerous ladder.
Wait, which one?
The one in the back.
Is it?
Well, I mean, from the stairs to the ladder. Like, for us, it's not. But, like, in real
As
life.
long as you sprint, you shouldn't fall in.
Yeah, but, like, I'm just saying, like, in real life, this would be a very dangerous ladder.
It would be. But like every ladder would be. 'Cause this one is like right behind the bed. If I get
Yeah,
up
but
and
there's-
fall down here.
I mean, you could put, like, a little barrier around it.
No, it's fine. Then it would get annoying to walk around.
How do you make a barrier? Where is it? Is it just a half wall?
It's a fence.
No. Fence? Where's fence?
Third last.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think it's needed.
No, I'm just saying, like, this one could realistically be here if it has like a little fence around it.
Yeah,
Because like realistically, you're not going straight off the bed into the hole. You're like going around the bed and then like maybe going into the hole.
all need. Got my algae. A potato.
I'm out of wood. Oh, there's wood right here.
What do you make them? Okay.
Oh, do you have it? How much is detail plank? Oh, just 10 planks?
I still have a few in the decoration chest, I believe.
Oh, I just made 5.
That's fine. Oh, Tira, look, I have a present for you.
Ooh, present.
Look here.
Oh my god. It's the penguin
Oh.
plate.
No, I meant these 4 chests back here. You have more storage to make food.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, nice. I can put more food there now. I have a goal. Right, let me transfer these.
That should hopefully be enough.
It feels like it, yeah.
I'm gonna try something real quick. I'm gonna set the raft.
Okay.
Oh, that looks neat. That's cozy.
Oh,
Okay, this is very complicated.
Oh, I see.
Because I'm being... Like, everything's moving and the shark's trying to eat me.
Hey, there you go. That looks nice. I like that.
Okay, I can remove the anchor.
I have to stop immediately decorating your house. It's your house. I was gonna put a carpet in.
As long as I can decorate everything else, Brecky.
Sorry, I have a problem.
I might have a problem too with how much I'm cooking.
Very convenient, right next to the bathroom. You don't have a long way.
As if I don't poop in the toilet. And in the ocean, I mean.
I mean, I feel like this toilet is not gonna lead anywhere else but the ocean.
Have you seen those researchers that stay underwater for like a long periods of time?
Yeah.
Why are the llamas doing this? Why are they all in the same spot?
Oh my god, that looks...
Where?
Look at the llamas.
Oh,
Oh, now they stopped. They were, like, these two are, like, inside of each other. Oh,
yeah.
not anymore. All
They were
four.
all walking in the same spot.
They were
Yeah.
like
There's 5.
Hydra.
Oh, she is broke. Oh,
There's like 4 more shears in there. Oh, the chickens are out of water.
the chickens are out of control. Wait, why?
Because the battery
Chicken?
ran out.
Oh. Hello, Rez. 55 months? What the heck? Thank you. Hope you had a good stream.
Oh, I found another scrap mechanic duck.
I have a place to put it if you don't mind.
I don't mind, yeah.
That sounded loud for me. I don't know if you guys could hear that.
Can
I
you
didn't
hear
hear
what?
anything.
Bricky,
Oh,
bricky,
I just popped my neck super loud.
Don't break your neck.
bricky, bricky.
Why not?
Duck, duck.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it here to this area.
Uh-oh, I can't move.
I'm collecting the items in your net.
I'm
my
God,
leaving
lagging.
now. House left. Uh-oh.
Host left.
Oh no. Bricky has no reaction. Maybe a drop connection?
Bracky's dead. Their
No.
stream is buffering.
Hello?
Hello?
You got to not like this.
Yeah.
Not like this.
Does it fix itself?
Yeah, you're back.
I hear
I
Becky.
don't know if we can join.
No, my internet janked out.
Oh.
I can't wait to lose all the progress that we just made.
Oh.
Well, it autosaves. No? What if Bracky did it on purpose so my house disappears?
I should be back in. Good news here, house did not disappear.
Wow.
Dang.
The rubber ducky is not there anymore. I don't know what else happened.
I was trying
Oh,
to
I
cook.
hear the nuclear reactor every time I join.
What?
You know the island, the last quest island that we did, where we went to
Yeah.
the nuclear reactor? I hear it.
Interesting.
Like when we join, I just hear it like activate.
Oh, is that the sound?
It's very loud.
Yeah, it was. It happened on my end, I think.
I don't know why.
I think we didn't lose too much. I just need to give Frankie my duck.
Oh, there's a well over there. Can we fight it?
Duck, Frankie, duck.
A what?
There was a well.
I'm confused.
A whale. Big
A
fish.
whale.
Can we kill?
I tried it, ran away.
Oh. Maybe you didn't try hard enough?
There's a raft over there in the distance.
It has a chest if we wanted to grab it. It's not that important, I don't think. Ads are finally over.
Yay.
What? Hi, malicious magpie.
Where are we going?
Oh goodness. Oh, I'm gonna save. You can't stop me from
Like
decorating.
he's destroying my house.
Don't worry, it won't let me place anything here.
The raft is here if you want to fight it.
Can we fight the raft?
Fight the raft. You said that as you're grabbing the chest.
Yeah.
Funny.
Goodbye.
I'm gonna save again.
Oh, it's sinking. I'm dying.
Oh. Dying is bad.
It decided to sink just as I got onto it.
Zeus is too heavy.
There, Bracky, it's complete. It's a masterpiece. Do you love it?
I like it. That was actually very neat.
Bracky hates it.
The comfy room. Who put this
Dome
stupid
suite
plank
thing.
here?
Plank?
The puff
Bracky
up.
hates all my decorations.
I hate it.
Oh, I fell through the raft.
Get wrecked. That's what you get for speaking up against me.
Oh, these batteries are dead. I'm out of juice. Hello, malicious magpie.
You like your new spot?
Is this where I live now?
Yes.
On top of the cactus?
And then there can be another lucky cat or whatever.
You could take the one that's under the chair.
Junk everywhere. So, okay. So,
never realized how loud the engine was.
Now we have 50% more engine to be loud.
Yeah.
That's more
Awesome.
engine for your loud.
Fantastic. Make this. Oh, that's what I wanted to make.
Oh, you take fall damage, you jump off the very top.
Jump off where?
Off the shark. At the very top.
Oh, the
You
shark.
take fall damage.
Becky.
Oh,
Hmm?
I'm getting left behind by the raft.
Oh, anchor?
No, I'm good.
Oh,
I got back on.
wow, gaming.
The raft is just slightly faster than us swimming. Or slightly slower.
But we have
But now I
triple
might
engine.
actually die because I'm next to the shark and I'm dead.
Bye, Zeus.
Not the anchor.
And Zeus died right in front of me. Do we need to anchor?
Oh, you have to do.
You have to go to the
upstairs.
front.
Where's
Which
the
one
anchor?
is the?
It's the one on the side, like at the bottom.
Um,
Oh
choose
goodness.
space? No, that's not. That's bait.
Goodbye.
Wait, I'm trying to anchor. I don't know how.
It's the lever on the side.
I did the anchor. Okay, how to go?
Okay,
How to
where,
go in reverse?
where was Zeus? I
You
spin.
pull that one on the right.
the
I
right
spin
one?
myself so much I don't know where Zeus is.
If you look at the side of the levers, it tells you what they do.
Oh yeah. Are we going backwards? Yes.
Hopefully.
Okay, that's good.
I think I see myself on Brecky's screen.
Yeah, I see Zeus.
I see the engines. I was trying to dive, but not in the water.
How do I get up? Where am I?
Uh,
Okay.
You're on the
Pick up.
anchor. Hello, Germro. There's no mana in this game, Germ. This is a realistic game, unlike your baby games with magic in them. Oh, we're going backwards. Okay, I used up all the
The
biofuel containers, which means I can start using the biofuel maker. Which is all I ever wanted in life.
Use the eggs. Oh, there's dolphins jumping. What the heck? That was cool.
yeah. I saw it a few times. Oh my god.
Crazy how Bracky never noticed.
Notice what?
That I made our ladders safer.
Oh no. I haven't used them.
Don't tell him? Yeah, I won't.
Sis would never tell me. Raft is so cozy.
Oh, I just messed up.
Did you jump away from the raft again?
No, I put metal ore inside the crusher instead of what I intended to do.
Please.
Why'd the shark bite me?
No, it's me, because I'm...
I took damage.
Get wrecked. Oh my goodness. I really don't want to fall off.
I guess if you're just like close to it when it attacks, it deals damage.
That's hilarious. Trump.
What are you doing up at 5 a.m., Drew? Don't you have school in the morning?
Dang, someone made the ladder safer.
Clocked out at 2 a.m. It's crazy. Wait, it's not even... Oh, it's 2 now. Never mind, I saw the time wrong.
A small island? But small island doesn't really have a lot of scrap, no?
It has a little bit.
And that's a treasure pile.
Treasure sounds good. Small island to our right.
Are we driving an island route? No. It's a raft.
It's an island.
Well, there's an island over there, but this is a raft.
Yeah. But we're driving an island.
Does it look like a raft?
It could be.
Where's the raft? This is the raft. Look at it.
Do we want to stop at the island?
I don't
Not
see it.
particularly, but if you really want to, I can.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh,
I was going to the next quest island.
that works.
Big raft. Germ. Use English. Say ass. You're not in high school trying to be coy around your teachers. My man, you're 30.
Do people actually say big ass instead of big ass?
Yeah.
Eh?
I'm generally not trying to be an asshole, but it's the point of the game.
Who would do that?
I mean, the main loop is collecting resources and building your raft. But there are quest islands that you can do the story at. We're at the small island. We're not at a good position for the island, but we're here
Where's
Okay.
the island?
in front of us.
Oh,
That's fine. You can like walk up the side. Oh, miss me.
it is time to cut trees. Oh my god.
Yeah, like when you start, you have like a 4x4, or not 2x2 little raft piece. Like imagine this little corner, and then you have to build out, and you have to like get supplies and get food. Oh, my character's thirsty.
I don't think this is a friends log title.
One would consider as a friend's log title.
This is
I feel like Raft is pretty fun.
yeah, and this is not like an exclusive co-op game. It's like I feel like it was made
you
as
can-
a single player game.
You don't really gain much from multiplayer other than having more people do stuff at the same time.
Finally, some more melons.
See, I'm a not knower. Why would you not know?
It's okay, I'm pretty
Get
dumb all the time
educated.
as well.
Time to go back to school to learn what video games are, Germ. Look at our cool shark. It died, so we hung it up. Hanged it up? Hung it up.
How many melons? Have you been farming at all?
Me?
Yeah, like the crop pots here.
I have been, yeah. I'm out of pineapple seeds now, so I'm trying to farm melon.
Finally, some more melons.
But I don't need melons to make smoothies.
Yeah.
But we
Do we
could
leave,
just
or are we gonna get the scrap from here?
I just wanted to get the treasure because I think treasure farming is fun.
Okay.
we can leave. Yeah.
Come along.
Yeah, like you start the game by collecting like stuff from the ocean. Like there's planks, there's plastic bottles, there's palm tree seeds, some leaves, not seeds.
You can also collect Zeus from the ocean when it dies again.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was toxic.
Oh my god, Becky being toxic.
Everyone hates me here.
I join. I'm also toxic now.
If you want to collect the Zeus. Dang.
You don't have to. You can just swim away.
And then when you get to islands, you can collect stuff from the seafloor, like metal ore. And clay and sand.
Oh my god.
Hello?
That's a bird. Shoot it.
Yeah. Shoot it? Oh, I fell. I was gonna shoot it, but I fell down.
I try to poke it.
If you're fast enough, you can poke it. And it gives you chicken. Well, seagull. Seagulls probably taste terrible. I guess these seagulls probably don't taste terrible because they are probably eating more natural.
You think they taste like plastic?
Well, I mean, they're carnivores, so they probably do taste bad. Because
Hello,
carnivores
Jade.
usually do taste bad. Hi,
I
you're a bird.
charged away the seagull so you can sit there again.
Did we lose flowers? No, we didn't.
Hope Jade is doing well.
Jade is so cool.
Someone rang at the door, but I really don't want to go.
What if it's some
Going.
pizza?
Oh, it's probably a package. I can give it to a
Pizza
neighbor.
package.
I always have to pick up the neighbor's packages. If it's important, they're gonna ring again.
Oh, all the fruit is gone.
Hmm? What do you need?
I don't know. I came here and I looked and I saw there was a bunch of fruit, and then I came back and it was all gone.
Oh, you need the fruit?
No, I was just looking around.
I could give you the fruit. There's like 10,000 of them.
Feel
This
like
island is
my
so far. Are we going forward?
doghouse sign.
Where?
I can't read.
Alright, because dogs have a hard time seeing orange and white, right? White. Should let me jump.
Scratching my eye.
Oh, it was important. Be right back.
Okay.
They knocked again. Raft.
I'm a scrap stealer.
We're gonna run into this island, I think.
That's nice.
Yeah, we are.
Might as well stop by for a little bit.
I stopped right before you ran into it.
What?
I saved us.
Nice. I feel so safe now.
Ooh, island.
This one had 2 watermelons.
Oh, not a garbage pile for once. 1 titanium ore. Wow. This raft is so cool.
I know. I love the raft too.
Raft.
I like that you say you're running out of pineapple seeds, and I look at the chest. We have 10 stacks of pineapples.
Yeah, but it's not enough. I'm making a simple smoothie. I need pineapple.
I made 4 more chests for Tira.
I'm so happy. I can cook more. Oh my god, there's so many things here. I'm mining. I don't care. I don't care. Oh my god, there's so many
Oh.
things.
I assumed we were leaving since we left the other one so fast.
No, I'm mining scrap still.
Goodbye.
No. The music fits right now, what I'm doing.
So much junk. We have too many items.
Is it possible to have too many items?
Any item you don't want can go into the recyclers.
But I want all
No,
of
it
them.
just takes a while to sort them in.
I use the sort button.
Me too, but you have to like open every chest. It's effort.
It tells you who chat. Someone sent a message. It shows you a picture next to them, I think. For us, we see pictures. I see pictures at least. Maybe it's
Yeah,
just
I
17
think
thing.
it depends on the settings.
It always
I
shows,
have
no?
like a
I think it's because I have 7 TV.
one that's from Tira's chat. There's Tira's icon.
I'm seeing, yeah, I'm
If
seeing
it's from my
pictures.
chat, I see my icon and there's even a green outline around it.
I thought that's
I have a
normal.
purple outline around mine. I'm assuming everyone's on the raft. I might be wrong. Okay.
Honk. I forgot about the honk.
I need it. Can we have more of that? Can I have the air horn in my kitchen?
A honk concert.
Yeah.
Like 5 air horns.
Yeah, 5 air horns. I can make music. Spell M-U-S-I-Q.
Music.
Music.
That's French.
There's a little raft ahead of us.
A what?
A little raft ahead of us. We're about to run it over.
It's just a little raft.
Go full speed.
We're an island.
Another island. Horn, sir. Honk, sir.
Concert.
No one's getting the raft. Oh wait, it's sinking.
Already got it.
That was fast.
This is speed running.
Yeah. Zeus is too good. Kill 10 birds?
Kill 10 birds, what the
What?
heck?
What the heck?
What the heck?
Who would do that?
I was getting watermelon.
Anyways, here's some chicken.
Okay, I like chicken, it's fine. Wait, I could make barbecue now. Amazing.
I would like this wall. This wall's a bit freaky, but I like it.
I see a big island in front of us.
Nice. We
Are
could
we
get more
still
scraps
making
then.
our way towards the quest island?
That was the plan. But it was very far away. It
Oh.
honestly might have been faster if we went the opposite direction. Oh no, it's the quest island.
Hmm?
The quest island is the one I'm looking at right now. If you go over here, you can look at it. Oh, I fell.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Wait, did you open it or did you close
Yeah,
it?
I did. I closed it on you.
Yeah, I like it. I kind of want like 4 of them so we can have like one on each side so we can use them actually, but we don't have a pier on each side. We don't really have anywhere to put it.
I think we don't need. Oh, we drove by a small island.
We don't need small islands where we're going. We got big islands.
We got big islands at home. Oh, the battery of this motor is empty. There's no more big battery left.
Is there one in the box?
Oh, box. I haven't checked the box.
I didn't realize that we make. I'm making smoothie by dropping the entire bucket into the juicer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that somehow to me has.
You drink buckets
Yeah, we.
and glasses.
Yummy bucket. Bucket is yummy. I cannot deny.
Wow. That's a cool place. I can't stand on the drawbridge, otherwise this is getting revenge.
I wouldn't be so petty to get petty revenge. I'd make it permanent.
Oh, we're at the island. Nice.
Are you smelting something?
No, I'm just placing down the planks.
Oh. That's nice. I've been smelting some glass because we have so much sand.
I think
glass
sand on
could-
its own has a use, but I'm not sure.
We have so much sand. I just wanted to even it out a bit. Oh, look at this place. Wow.
I want to cut trees.
I don't think there's trees here. Ooh, there's some items.
Alright, I have 4. Is this a quest island?
Seems
Yes.
like it.
I don't think there's trees to cut. I have 4 stone axes.
There's a ton of dirt. Oh, ow! Okay, I don't get dirt from that. I just get bugs that attack me.
Remember to bring plenty of food. Bring like 10 stacks if
You
you
don't-
can.
Help me. Nah.
How are we on time?
What was that?
How are we
Okay.
on time?
I have
don't
nothing
think
to
two
do
of us.
tonight.
Oh,
Me neither.
okay.
Eating food is overrated anyways.
We could play longer tonight.
Yeah, try to finish it up. Sweet.
Finally, milk. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the last quest island.
There's much sushi. I'm getting the sushi. Steak with jam.
Fresh sushi from a week ago when Tira made it.
Yes.
I'm bringing 2 stacks of vegetable soup.
I would like to... I'm gonna make a new shovel in advance. Oh, there was one in the chest. Oh well. That. Get rid of all these wooden planks in my inventory.
I kind of want to grab something to eat in real life.
In real
Give
life.
it.
Tira can't help me with that.
What? What am I trying to do?
Well, I said I was going to get something to eat in real life, but you can't help me with that.
I'm on the
You
right.
can't cook in real life over here.
Oh.
Okay, so I'll stand here and I'll be right back.
Luck.
You can do raft stuff if you want. I don't mind. I've already seen this.
The quest island?
Yeah, you guys can play the island if you want. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I've been replacing batteries.
I'm probably gonna do the planting and everything for a little bit before going to the island. I hope I don't need to fight that huge shark again underwater.
I doubt it. Make another spear. What are these dirt piles here? Yeah, that's Bugs again.
It's straight fox high. Hola. Hola is high, right?
Oh. Yes.
It has to
Ooh,
be.
it's a puzzle.
Nice game and avatar. Thank you.
Oh, joy.
Right, I brought 2 stacks of food and water. I'm ready to go. All cute avatars, I know.
I've made it to the island as well. I'm solving a puzzle here that's not very engaging. Okay, these connect up.
Solving puzzles is hard.
Some goes not there. Not these two, I guess. The other way around. That seems good to me.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm going down.
Can we make this go?
There's a... oh,
There's the circle here. And I just connected up all the stuff. Like you can rotate these things and I just connected it up.
oh, I rotated again.
Yes, that's good. This is... Oh, it goes the other way. Wait, yes. Okay. I guess we follow these arrows. There are all these dirt piles here, but if you dig them up, there's just bugs in there. And they fight you.
Oh, there's a free shovel.
Oh.
My dirt now. One hit me.
You don't actually get dirt, they get these weird bugs. I assume we have to dig at like the right spot somewhere
Oh,
to get something.
oh, they don't give dirt.
Yeah. Here's another puzzle. I don't know if you want to do... There's another one over here. Okay. So... I thought you were gonna do the other one while I work on this. Okay, but these can't connect up. Nothing that fits. So
My brain
has to be,
hurts.
has to be this one. I'm just trying to find stuff that connects up. This seems to connect up, and then this seems to connect up. And then these two have to connect up. There we go.
Are there ways to activate the water?
I don't know. There's a generator looking thing over here.
Oh.
Do not move. Requires electricity.
Oh.
Can you open this door?
I see a huge... Is there a hyena? Oh, yo, that looks so cute. I'm going in.
Hello, nameless night wolf. Where are you going?
I'm swimming to the electric city.
I'll
Requires
solve this other
electrical
puzzle
cable.
here.
Is there a hyena pig? What? I'm
So
from the
prepared.
future, you cannot hurt me. Okay, there's another one. Oh, they are hyenas.
This connects up. I'll be the puzzle guy, that's fine.
I'm killing hyenas. You want a hyena head?
Okay. I got both.
I'm carrying a box.
This does not connect up. This does not connect up. This connects up, and this goes here. And here.
There's
These
like
don't have
boxes all
connections.
over that we can carry and stack. Or I've seen 3 of them only. Oh,
I solved
4,
this puzzle.
5, 6. Okay, there's a lot of boxes that we can stack.
Let me go to where you are.
Message from Sappho. Hi, kitty. We left Sappho. I'm gonna go close the curtains real quick. The sun, it's shining directly at my face. I don't like it.
You, son. Did you swim through the water or did you walk over?
I swam.
Let's
I
make it
did a
harder to find
swim.
you. I'm trying to see where you're at.
While I was visiting my grandma this Wednesday, she fell early to the woods. She came back a few hours there though. It was really scary. Oh god. Yeah, I'm glad Sappho came back.
Ooh, I found the crate. Requires electrical cable.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the electrical cable.
I see.
There's like one on top. I'm glad Sappho is okay. There's one.
You got it. Help? What is happening to me? No, it's just game's being janky.
Oh. Oh, there's
I
another.
assume you have to use. Yeah, I assume you have to tower these crates to just get up, right?
We need to connect electrical cables to something.
But I mean, we can use these crates like build bridges or staircases
Oh
onto
yeah.
the roofs.
Stack them higher.
Yeah.
She hid inside a bush
Oh,
for those hours. Hmm.
hello, Muffin.
Oh, I'm back at the shoveling place.
Do you have any green squishy pillows available?
And I want a
I'm
pillow.
sorry to disappoint you. I, I do not. Aha. Look at me doing this the intended way. Thanks for the pets. Hope you have a good eep.
Hello.
Like a muffin? Dragon.
Hello, Archmuffin.
I
I'm
like
back
that
from
you.
eating some of my leftovers.
How did you? I'm impressed with how many cables you got, considering that you haven't been doing this intended way at all.
Me? I don't know, I'm
Like,
just kind of jumping around.
Deto's Utopia Journal. Super secret. I have my own raft, and it's hooked up to actual wind turbines. If I had even more power, just imagine all the experiments I could run. But now that lunatic Olaf appeared, his cages are already unloaded, and now he's promising to help everyone with his army. Last I saw him, Olaf Wilkstrom ruined Caravan Town. I will never forgive him. I hope Han and Ruben listen to me. He's not to be trusted. Just in case, I decided to up the security on my raft. This map should allow only the smartest of people to enter. Like me.
Like me. Start dragging cable? Boop. Am I supposed to drag it down or something? Ah, muffin. Does that work?
I,
I
I'm trying to figure out what to connect, but I don't see anything because it's dark.
I connected something.
We could always go to the raft and sleep.
No.
And it's so far away. I was able to open this door, now you can go up to the roof here.
Yeah, and then for the roof I connected it to the big generator thingy.
Oh, are those things? Well, I'm glad I removed the roof from the other place already. Roof, the boxes. This, and then 2 on the right one, so it's 3, 4.
Can we get into this building?
Oh, I forgot to say how Muffin is doing it.
Oh, and it's already asleep.
Probably.
Oh, we need one more box here. Where did I bring it? Oh, it's up there. Can I reach that from here? Nice. Oh, damn it!
Wait.
I've grabbed the cable. Now we have to wait. Oh, it's not gonna let go. I can just go around here. Okay. Now we have to go on the other roof.
Does these things
Oh wait, there's
provide?
zip lines here. On this side.
Oh,
They can like grab the cable here. Get up. Oh, you can't zip line on cable. But you can grab the cable from there and then walk back up here.
it's the electricity that I see. Whoa.
Electric City. I. Are you doing that cable?
I don't know what I'm doing.
I did. I did that
Oh.
other cable.
We need to get up there to the one with electricity, right? Oh no, we already have it. Oh, it's connected.
Yeah, I just
connected
grabbed it and then walked back.
Oh, then I guess electricity has powered up.
It's connected all the way.
Yeah. Oh, he has power now.
Okay, and now. Okay,
Oh,
that
thank
paused
you,
that.
Evie.
That means we can go back over there, and I already solved all the puzzles there.
Brecky
All of
gaming.
them? Even the dirt puzzle?
No. I solved. But I
There's
should
water
have
going
solved
on.
all. Yeah, water.
One is not pulsating.
That's pulsating all
I
the way
found
to
the
the
carbon
end.
dioxide canister.
Or is it supposed to be only one pulsates?
Well, there's only one path. Hello, Nij.
Ooh, dragon.
Luffy Dirk. I've been randomly digging up some of the dirt, hoping something happens.
I want to dig all the dirt.
You keep getting roaches.
Yeah.
Three parts of Deto's code.
Raft is fun.
Oh, look. Over here.
Requires one
Brecky, where are you?
harpoon, one carbon dioxide canister.
Over here.
We've been rafting good. We've currently made it to a quest island.
Look at this.
My house, water tank. Fill this up. Water pump.
No, Brecky, look at this.
Yeah, I see it.
There's circles.
Forgot. Okay, that corner, that corner.
There's one right here, I think. Nope, that's roaches. They hurt me. Is it this one?
Oh,
Was that me or you? Oh, that's both of us. You got one and I got one.
yeah, and then the other one is up here. I don't know what Tira said. I think Tira might have gone to the next area already.
No, I'm near the raft. I accidentally jumped down somewhere.
Oh, we're by the dirt spot. And we got 3 parts of Deto's code.
I'm
means we can
looking
open
at the
Deto's house.
water storage. It's full, but I don't know what to do.
Oh, there was a thing in there. We already got it.
I opened it.
Oh,
I opened the house. Is there anything cool in here? Ooh.
All
Ooh.
Brecky cares about is vending machine tokens.
He said,
I want more piano.
There's big
another-
backpack.
harpoon here.
Oh my god, big backpack.
I can make them.
Can I dig all the dirt piles?
You
I don't think
can?
you get anything from them.
Yeah, they don't give you anything. And they do damage to you.
If you want to, you can do it. I'm not gonna stop you.
But I'm from the future. They cannot hurt me. See, if I jump away when the digging is immediately done, I don't get hit.
I'm like, oh cool, I found this place, and then I go up and Zeus is up there already.
I'm
This
sorry.
is speed running.
Oh wow. Do you want to come up the tower, Tira?
Yeah. How do we get up the tower?
Oh, like on the dirt thing where we just went inside, there's a staircase up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I've been pretty.
There was this thing here, we had to give it a harpoon and some stuff, and now there's this zip line.
Oh, I was here.
Ooh.
Great. Cook potato and coconut and leftover drink.
Just go around. Okay, this. Let's just go back. We have an entrance key.
Ooh, more crate.
Oh yes, there's nothing else here. The glass is open here and then. It just connects up this way. Oh, travel 500 meters with a zipline too. Requires 2 entrance keys.
I don't like that zip line. It breaks my ear.
Yeah, it's quite loud.
Just close your ears.
It hurts. You see how big my ears are?
Does your character have ears? They do.
Requires 1 master key.
Is it normal for kobolds to not have ears?
Come here,
I don't know.
Tira.
I just
From
Where's
the people
Becky?
of Utopia, do not trust Olof Wilkström. When he arrived here,
Do you hear these
he was born
voices?
in good faith. He
I need to
exploited
turn
us
off my
at every
music.
turn. Now all of us, dissenters, are locked up.
But first we have to listen
by
to
my
this note, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Anyone reading this, Olof should be up in the marketplace. Beware of his rabbit
There's
beasts.
like weird noises inside.
Oh,
Please
there's like
take the master key
muffled,
from him. Set us free. Set Utopia free.
muffled speaking noises. Are there actual people in there, or is it
Sounds
just
like it.
robots?
Sounds like it. I don't know. Oh, I got the second entrance key. I don't know if there's something else down here. Yes?
Rocky, do you have wool on you?
No.
Okay.
Doors locked on the other side. Oh, what am I playing Dark Souls or some shit?
Yes.
Cannot believe it. There's Dark Souls in my Raft game.
Didn't you see the tags on Steam? It says Souls-like.
Did it actually? I'm going to check right now.
It probably says horror game on it. Every game has horror game on it.
Survival,
It's like
multiplayer,
psychological horror.
open world survival craft and co-op.
Oh.
Just in case I'm actually looking it up. It would be funny if it actually says Souls-like. Anything that any game that has doors locked from the other side, Souls-like.
Walk over there.
Where do
On
you
the electricity island, did you go to the second floating pod?
How do we go back to the electricity part?
I just kept walking.
Oh, I think I see Bricky
Hello,
jumping around.
tree. Oh, that's a hyena. Not a...
I'm a hyena.
What? Why does it squeak like that?
Oh, it's
Hello,
cute.
fluffy main board.
Hyena squeaks.
So loud.
I wanted to see if there's something cool. It's going alright.
Oh, the roaches disappear? Oh, hell yeah, I'm gonna dig everything.
We're at the supposedly
Oh.
final island.
Hi,
We
Fluffy.
had the 2 entrance keys.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, I mentioned that.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
digging.
I went to the door and opened it.
Oh, Zeus is speed running.
No, it's... Okay, it's already connected.
I broke my shovel. What the heck? Is it expensive to craft a shovel?
No, it's fine. We
Let's
have
see.
so much of everything.
Okay, nice. I'm probably gonna
How
craft
much
like
is one shovel?
10 shovels and come here.
2 metal ingots for 1 shovel.
I have 2 healthy shovels right now if you want one.
I'm in the
I
dirt
also have a
island.
shovel.
I'm making my way there. But I have to walk at
Making my way
-3 speed.
downtown.
Actually, I could just go back to the raft. I'm really close. I'm on the raft.
I still want to give you the second shovel. I don't think you need 10 shovels to dig up everything.
Probably 15.
No.
I don't think you need to dig anything in the first place, but
Yeah.
I want to. I want to dig. Oh, I see Bricky, I think. Yeah, Bricky.
You can have this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going. I would like to go to the entrance though.
Oh yeah. I mean, that sounds fun. Okay, I'll go to the entrance
we
first
could
and
also
then I'll
sleep
dig.
so it becomes daytime.
Yeah,
No.
I guess I'm close to the raft.
I'm digging.
Oh, not. Roar.
The game better give me an achievement for doing this.
Hope Fluffy is doing well. The bopping of the beak kind of fits with the music. Gonna keep walking.
Oh, wow, shovel breaks really quickly. I'm going back to the raft and EP.
Oh, no. Now I'm at the entrance.
Oh, you're at the entrance? Okay, I'm going to the entrance.
I thought you were digging.
I already broke the shovel.
You need a bunch of this junk. Baked potato. Baked beetroot.
I don't remember how to get to... Oh, I don't remember how to get to the entrance.
Is that
If you
right
take the
next
zip line, it takes you there.
the zip lines, or you just go on the bridge behind the dirt?
The bridge behind the dirt.
Yeah. It's like if you come from the raft and go over the dirt, there's like a little bridge that goes left, and that's right where the entrance is.
Okay, let me go back to the dirt.
Oh, whoa.
Hello, Lupo.
Lupo, hi.
Okay,
Raft.
I'm soft locked.
Oh, you soft locked. What happened?
Are you really? Let me look. Oh, you might have to wait and
never
do
mind.
unstuck.
I managed to jump out.
Ooh, loop.
Okay, I'm at the dirt. Yeah, we're fully self-sufficient.
Pretty much. I mean, if we eat potatoes forever, yes.
We can eat pineapple and watermelon forever. Oh, we have like 11 stacks of food.
Yeah, but that's not forever. We'll run out of seeds. But we
Yeah.
can always plant more potato.
I cannot find it. I'm dumb.
I'm at the dirt.
I see Brecky.
This way. I don't know if Zeus wants to join us.
Oh, I was trying to make you big backpacks, but the llamas won't grow their hair.
Just... I don't know. I don't know what I was going to say.
Okay, I'll go.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm building...
Oh my god, elevator?
Do we want to wait for Zeus?
Yeah.
I'll be there like in 5 seconds. I'm gonna take the zip line.
1, 2,
Yeah,
3,
so
4, 5.
just wait
Uh-oh.
the first.
And Kobo doesn't know
Do you
how to
want
count.
coconut chicken?
Coconut chicken? I like coconut chicken.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, coconut chicken.
Why is head broth so nutritious? Sounds disgusting.
Ooh, coconut chicken, so good. Oh, and Zeus is here.
I really wanted to hit the button while you guys were outside.
No. Oh,
20,
Zeus has the
21,
big
20,
backpack.
20.
Yeah, I was gonna make more, but Bracky said to hurry up.
They're gonna outside. Where did you go? Oh,
Are we doing parkour?
oh my god! Just
Oh, I see.
what do you see?
Wow,
Requires one hammer. Yeah, we have to do parkour in this area.
I'm parking core, I think.
Requires cork wheel. It would help if we could see anything.
We could have slept.
No, we don't need to. I'm doing the parkour.
Why didn't you sleep?
I'm okay.
I mean, I can't sleep on my own. We all need to sleep together. It's a group project.
We don't need to.
Wait, how do you? Can you jump over this? No, what, how did you get past that? Really?
Music is very intense. Ooh, I should probably listen to the in-game music then.
I'm not listening to in-game music.
Oh, is it not?
The music for me isn't very intense.
There's no in-game music.
Yeah, I'm not listening to in-game music.
Alright, back to
My
podcast
radio
radio
is
we
just
go.
playing a super hype song.
Oh, I mean, it is kind of hype because we are parkour in.
Bracky invented music.
Becky's so cool.
Oh, lag. Am I supposed to be here?
You're supposed to be
Oh,
over
that's-
here where I'm at.
I'm seeing Zeus.
Oh,
Anyways, I have the item over here that I could grab, but then that would be stealing away the experience from you guys.
Oh.
Yeah. Eh. I see Bricky.
I fell down and I don't want to do this again.
Can I grab
Wait, stand
Bricky
on that?
from here?
Stand on the barrel?
Can we do like... Oh!
Hell yeah.
Oh my god. I thought we can do like...
Oh. I fell through.
Oh wow. I thought we can do like peek. We can grab each other.
Okay, now the hammer's right here.
But
Now
I
we can
can
go
grab
back.
it.
Thanks, you grab the hammer, you're speedrunning.
Requires cock. Oh, okay.
We got a hammer there. We could use the
Yeah, yeah.
hammer back at the start.
We need cock wheel.
Oh. Oh, there's like a checkpoint here. Neat. Fell all the way down.
No, over here.
Yeah. Bonk. 1, 2, 3.
I will only say this once.
What?
Leave on your raft. Leave Utopia to me, or
What?
else the forward scouts end with you.
There's no more people. What do you mean forward scout, dum dum?
I want to cheat.
Look at all the cogs. We could take these cogs back to where we need it.
Cock?
Oh, dang it.
Ooh.
I thought I can cheat.
Where are we trying to
Oh, I
cheat?
have to carry them one at a time. I cannot.
No, we have to do the puzzle in this room.
There's a puzzle in this room?
Yeah.
Safety nets, OSHA
Yes.
approved. I like the safety nets too.
I
I
don't
like
think
the-
there's OSHA
the
in the
playground
apocalyptic water.
for you.
What do you mean when I'm carrying a cogwheel I cannot jump?
Nope.
Our character is
Yes.
dumb as hell. What do you mean?
I see something, but I don't know what to do with the something. I think I... No? No. What the hell are we doing?
Oh, we cannot use a
Do you see
ladder.
this ladder over here?
Use.
We have to... We have to bring the cogwheel from the other side. Or we have to bring the cogwheel up.
We cannot climb ladders. How are we supposed to bring the cog?
Oh, I see. What am I doing?
I think we have to do...
What? I fell through the ground. Use.
Oh, that
I'm
works.
clicking use and nothing is happening. I'm upset. So angry. The useful box.
Wait, I can bring another box. There's
I
two
have a box.
boxes.
Oh,
Or can I? Oh, you have it up there. Yeah.
Oh, I got a cog wheel. Why did
Yeah.
it fall down?
Now we're supposed to...
I mean, I think I cheesed it.
I think that's the proper way. But now we
Oh.
have to
oh,
lift it up with the weights on this side to put it
I
on the
took
other
one
side.
of the car.
Oh, we need more cock?
I took one from the pile, but I don't know if it's infinite. I have no idea what we're doing.
No.
I'm just gonna...
Come to the
gonna-
top of this side. using the weights on this side, we have to make it so that on that side, it's on the second level.
Oh, I pressed use here and nothing happened.
Yeah, because we needed the cog on that side first.
I'm using 3.
3 was slightly too much.
How do we remove it?
You
Ah.
go up to it.
Oh,
I used 1 on it before you sent it away.
Oh, it has to be on this level. I see. So I can use 1? What is happening?
I don't
I was
see
moving
it.
it. Sorry, I'll stop.
Use.
If you use it on there, it removes it. If you use it on here, it adds it.
Are we 2?
Now it's slightly too high.
Well, hi, Brecky.
Can I add a second one?
You
Oh,
did
there
it.
we go.
You solved it.
What do we?
I definitely know it.
What did we solve?
I don't
The
know.
puzzle. Oh, I fell.
Oh, we can spawn
We can all
infinite
take one.
cock here. Okay,
There's so much cock.
I love cock.
What happened now?
We need more cock.
Oh,
Look around! The filthy rafters turned luxury apartments into a scrapyard. Relieving them of the responsibility was
Didn't we do
only
the
decent
opposite?
thing I could do for them. I can't believe how ungrateful
I
all
love
of
the
you are.
playgrounds where you can.
Oh wait, Olaf is an actual person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it's just like a radio speaking.
He's the same guy that everyone talks about in every single quest island.
I may or may not have been listening to them.
Yeah, I've not listened to any. Can you remove the 6?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm gonna put a 5 on it instead.
You can put a 1 on here.
Oh, the cock is very high up.
And I
You can
could
put a 4 now.
I can see what I'm doing.
Oh, it says over there, it says 3. On that side.
Yeah. So we do 2.
I have a
1.
1 here.
I think we can only have 2 at a time.
Oh, well, then I guess we remove that. 3.
We did it.
Wow.
I just pressed random boxes.
If it works, it works.
Oh, you can do this. Okay.
I'm gonna go back to the raft real quick.
Good
Like
luck.
I can spawn infinite cock.
Very rigid cocks.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's a limit. They disappear again.
What? I've been spawning 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 only 10?
I like when you start counting in Chinese because it takes me a while to figure out that you're counting. So it just sounds like you're trying to say something, like you're swearing.
Dude, when I'm trying to focus, I reset to factory default.
It's like Tira is angry and or casting a spell. Oh no, they're counting.
I'm casting a spell in Chinese.
Oh, we need here.
Oh, cock? I cannot.
Does that not? I guess not.
Oh, have we done it?
I don't know. Oh, you can just walk down here. Oh, I'll bring another one. Do you have your cock?
No, I'll bring my cock.
Just I remember something here needed.
I can put my cock there.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Why? It's just
How you
cock.
can you hit this wait. Use.
Oh,
What? Flying cock.
flying cock.
Wait, no.
Yeah, with flying cock.
You have to use it on that.
Oh,
Oh.
We don't need to.
Right here.
Cock. Do we need more?
No.
I tried to stand on
Oh,
it.
one's flying. With one flying cock.
Wait, can we just... Oh no.
Do we have to do the parkour again?
Yes.
I wish.
Can we just go?
I guess we'll do the parkour again. It's okay. We just hold space and victory.
No, I always got knocked down.
I held space and I won. Oh, I got knocked down. This game sucks.
No, the holding space strat does not work for me.
I cannot believe it. My one strat didn't work.
Do I also have to go back there?
Yes, kind of. At least halfway so we can use the thing to like bring you up.
Where am I?
I guess this is a lot easier when you have lag.
No, I feel like even with lag, this one is like client side question mark. Like when I touch it, I still touch it. I cannot be
No,
in the
like-
future. I wish I can be in the
I feel like
future.
I just touch it once and I immediately lose.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I fell back. Fell back past the checkpoint.
Am I doing it? Oh my... Oh, fuck. I hate this game. Why am I playing ahead in time? What is this? Okay, there we go.
No, Ahead in Time has good physics.
Yeah, ahead in time is actually amazing. Future Kobo? Yeah. I'm in the future.
Get up there.
I'm doing
Cool.
it. Oh my god. I'm doing it because ahead in time. Did I do it? Oh my god, Kobo did it. I think.
Oh, can you? Wait.
What did I do? Do I use? That cock went
Oh, wait.
away. It's okay, we can always bring it back.
I did the platforming. I'm so good at this game.
Yeah, Brecky did it.
So good.
Where's our cock?
I need the cock. I'm stealing it. My.
Now imagine if you fell that way.
It's fine. But I want my cock. Can we bring another one?
Sure, just put it there first.
Not do that.
I've been lied to.
Dang.
I cannot believe I've been lied to. In
got
Raft by
betrayed.
Zeus.
You got betrayed.
The betrayal. I cannot believe it. Oh,
I
there's
can't see
more.
anything. There's a token here.
We should go sleep.
No, you can. You're just gonna night vision.
Wait, we're here again. What's the point?
Oh, are we gonna do
Oh,
the
that's the
Oh, we
wrong
portal
way.
have
again?
more boxes. We have more boxes. Maybe we can climb up somewhere now.
Oh, we have access to boxes, but not cogs anymore.
Right here, there's a ladder up there. Maybe.
I have my box is gone somehow.
Oh, well, I guess
Maybe
we
it
don't
doesn't
really-
want us to take the boxes that way.
Yeah,
What the hell?
thanks for the box.
But I want the box. What do you mean?
Oh, we can use the boxes here.
Why here?
You had your chance to leave. You just won't listen. So fine.
Oh, that's
Have
just
it
the
your
path here.
way. Welcome to
Oh.
Utopia.
No, this is where he came from.
Where are we?
Here, Brecky, we can use this
Why is Olaf screaming?
because he's mad at us for being here in general.
What do we do?
I lock
We were
you
here.
up with the rest.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, shiny. I died. Okay, shiny's bad.
What is going on here?
There's so much shiny though.
What exactly do we do?
I don't know.
Let's go look.
Look what you're
There's a
making
bunch of
me
crates.
I
Where is he? We probably... We probably just go to the box tower here.
I'm bringing more boxes.
to rule.
I cannot believe it's shiny bad.
Let's pretend he's not there.
I can just jump it. I'm from the future.
I've given you chances. You could have left at any time.
Oh, this is a safe spot, I think.
Look what you're making me do.
Oh, well.
I actually kind of need to eat something. I cannot believe my blood sugar is too low now.
Do you want to take a break?
No, it's fine. I found a safe spot and I just need to eat a little bit of things and we should be fine.
Oh, what? I just stood next to this guy.
Oh,
And then
Brecky
he
made
just
it.
ran away. I was just watching him.
Yeah, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to go up to him.
Electric's the blind tool. Warehouse key. I'm waiting for Turo.
I'm still in the
There was
hole
eating
eating.
or something.
Oh, he's
I'll-
gone. He ran away.
But Tira has to eat.
What happened? There's no more fireworks.
I towed up to him and he ran away.
Oh,
Now we can...
where are we trying to go?
Behind you.
I'm going back to the raft.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Climb up here.
I fell down.
Tokens here.
I sucked so bad at these fans. Oh yeah.
It's okay, I suck too.
I was so good at them.
Bricky's actually amazing at them.
Anything cool there?
Do we need boxes for that?
I don't think that looked like a place we're supposed to go.
But I like
Yeah,
secrets.
we can let the dog. Okay, this is a checkpoint. We can let the ladder. I just let the ladder down, and now this connects up down there where we were before. We have a warehouse.
I made
key.
another backpack.
Nice. Door's locked from the other side. Oh, this looks like a boss fight.
Oh no. No, there's 2 hyenas down there.
I see 3.
I'm gonna eat first in game.
There's a lot of boxes. I wonder if we can just tower on top of the middle and then...
Probably.
I guess I don't have a bow and arrow.
I have. You want it?
No. I just feel like we could just tower up with the boxes and camp them out.
Oh, yeah. But I also want to just cut them. I have knife.
Yeah, we'll see.
I want to
I'll
knife
wait
them.
for Zeus.
Because you want my backpack, don't you?
I want the backpack, yeah.
I want to steal everything you have.
I hope you guys don't hear me. Don't hear my eating noises.
You're good.
Hello, here's a backpack.
You can have it.
I
You have to take
stole
off
it.
the one you have on first.
Can I have 2 backpacks?
No.
Why?
But I'm going in.
Bye, Brecky.
I cannot take off the one that I have.
Because is it full? Just throw stuff
Ow.
down that you can pick it up after.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, all the hexagon
Gonna leave
or
me here?
octagons. Yeah, bye, Brecky.
I'm going. Becky, I'm coming.
I don't want.
Oh, something's going on. I'm being dragged.
I saved you.
I got him. I got him. I got him. Olaf is so
Ow!
noisy.
Oh, the new puppies.
Oh,
Yeah, they keep spawning forever.
nice. We can farm things. I fell under the world.
Did you really?
No, I got dropped. I got dragged back again. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, I got dragged.
Oh, hi. I see you getting dragged.
I got dragged. What is happening to me?
The hyenas drag you.
Just the lost box.
Oh, my machete broke.
I got you.
I think that's enough.
I don't know. Oh, is it gonna spawn again?
No, we finished this part.
There's
Oh,
all
nice.
leftovers. Yum.
The poor hyenas. Oh. I mean, it's Olaf's doing. I didn't do
They
anything.
had it.
I blame Olaf. Yeah.
They'll open this door as well.
Yeah, the reason every other island is empty is because Olaf gets there and he tries to take over, and then he ruins everything and leaves.
Oh, so Olaf's a dick.
Yeah, he thinks he wants to be in charge and he wants everything to be like how it was before the world flooded, because this is the regular world but everything flooded.
Oh,
Oh, if you want a weapon, I made a second metal spear.
I have.
I could use a spear if you have an extra one.
I don't have
Mine is
extra,
almost broken, but
but I have a bow and arrow.
you want to continue?
I'm assuming Bracky's up here.
I don't
Yeah,
know where
Bracky's up
Brecky
here.
is. Oh no. I used too much.
Oh, that's a boss fight.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, I fell down.
Oh, Tiro just went straight in. Can I have a weapon?
I
Well, mine is about to break as well.
Oh, then keep it, I guess. I'll just use the bow.
I didn't see the hole. I'm going in. All right, Olaf, you stupid ass. I'm coming here. I'm gonna get you. I'm shooting Olaf.
He has a furry hyena.
Yo, that's an OC. Don't steal.
You keep going until you encounter
What's on the floor? There's stuff on the floor. Can we chain it?
I have my OC hyena. Poisonous.
I like how green it is.
Yeah. What's a good name for this one? I cannot come up with names.
Hall. Frank. Oh, wow.
Whoa! What a jump!
Is he not gonna make these?
He's not taking damage from me.
I'm shooting it. I'm shooting it with my turn the ping, and it's working.
Screen is shaking. It's coming for you.
What happened? That was
Oh yeah, he's not taking.
that hurt. I'm running away. They bite me for the future.
Okay, so when he's glowing, we can't deal damage.
Oh,
Rock. Did he just poop? Oh, he picked up a rock.
damn!
Where's he getting rock? This place is made of metal.
I thought, is this Monster Hunter at home?
Yeah, it's like. Oh, am I dead? What is happening?
I'm almost dead.
I've been almost dead the entire time.
In Q, Monster Hunter Ancient Forest Large Monster music.
I'm dying.
I'm shooting it with my stone arrow. Can I shoot Olaf instead?
Oh, he's looking at me.
Olaf is.
I died.
What do we do when it does that?
How much health does he have?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Can I res you here?
I don't think you can res me. I think we have to kill it first.
Oh. I'm from the future.
He's
you cannot
biting, you
hurt me.
can attack him really well.
Is it because Alpha keeps eating?
How's he hit me?
Oh,
You killed it?
yeah, we killed it.
Yeah! I wrecked this guy. This guy had no
Nice.
chance.
Now just me laying on the floor in the middle.
Oh my god, all these arrows are stopping my pickup.
You're welcome.
Oh my god, there's a lot of arrows.
Can I have the arrows
will-
back?
There
may or may not be an arrow on your back. I totally did not shoot you.
It's fine.
You can drag me for the rest of the story, I guess.
That
It's
works.
fine. Yeah, you have to experience it with us.
Oh, we should
Yes.
save Zeus.
Oh, you have to press these buttons.
I'll press it.
Just throw me around. I guess I could eat my food that I have here. I don't want to eat right now.
Oh, this.
Thanks for the GG.
I was listening to hot stuff when we were fighting against Alpha.
Look at that.
Right.
What?
I have my bow ready.
What?
There's nothing you can
Dude.
do. Stay away. All
Stay
of
away.
this is mine.
It's yours,
I
alright.
am your savior.
Ooh, goodbye.
No, I'm shooting at it.
Oh. Oh. Nice. It's down there. Is there anything to...
I pick up the master key.
Nice.
Cannot kill it.
There's blueprints in here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
There's at least one blueprint. I'm not sure if there's more.
Cannot kill Olaf?
No.
Oh.
Titanium tools. Wow.
Oh, titanium tools?
Filthy raptors.
Titanium sword?
That
Oh
guy
my
just-
god.
Burn this place to the ground.
Oh my god.
Oh, you
Is
want to
that the
come with
thing?
that elevator? I guess we can leave here.
Burn this place to the ground.
Burn to the ground.
Just gonna let him die there. Throw Zeus at them.
Yeah. I cannot press the button. Oh, there we go. I was trying to
Dang,
spear.
Screams very loud.
I was trying to spear Olaf.
Filthy raptors.
How are
I
we still?
don't think we're gonna murder him.
How can we still
Ooh.
hear him?
The way the elevator works is to teleport. So you stay there for a little for like a little while, then it teleports you to the bottom.
Oh,
Okay, let's go. Before we open that door, I'm gonna go revive Zeus.
I'll follow Braggy. Let him dehydrate.
You can also just
yeah.
leave. We don't need to save them.
It would be nice if I can spear Olaf.
You want to get like a human head you can put on?
Oh yeah. Only for Olaf though. Olaf's a diggity dig dig.
How would he dehydrate? There's water everywhere.
That's true.
You get to be in your bed.
I'm back at the raft. Oh my goodness. I can cook again.
I can throw away this blueprint. How expensive are titanium tools?
They're not too bad, and they last forever. Like, not forever, but they last a very long time.
Have to research it. Oh! Titanium hook. Oh, that's not too crazy. Titanium arrow, dang. No
Yeah,
titanium.
they deal a lot more damage, and they work a lot faster.
Nice. Alright, let's go open the door, I guess.
Yeah. I wanna craft a machete.
There's a titanium sword now.
Can we make a titanium sword?
Yeah.
Yes,
Can I make
we just
one?
unlocked it. Yes.
Oh my goodness,
just
I'm
unlocked it.
making one.
I really like the spears. I wish there was a titanium spear.
No, Bracky, we need swords.
Where?
I have a titanium sword. I can kill anything now. And Olaf.
We can't kill Olaf. Olaf is too friendly.
I cannot believe it. This game sucks. I'm going back to... I'm following Zeus.
I'm being followed.
Yeah.
I'm following you in the future.
Fear the Kobo.
And I tricked... No, Tiora got over it. I was
It's
like, I
okay.
tricked Tiora to get stuck in the corner.
No, I'm holding space. I'm not gonna get stuck.
Who wants to do it?
I wanna do it. I didn't do it.
I'm gonna wear alpha pet.
Oh,
When the
Cutscene.
ocean itself
Oh my
broke
God, cutscene?
civilization, the survivors were left with nothing. Yet they persisted. The forward scouts rose up from the wreckage, defied our flooded world, and brought back hope.
who are these?
Now Utopia stands free once again thanks to their actions. With this final chance, we can begin the slow and difficult road to recovery. From today on, we are all forward scouts, ready to discover the next step for humanity.
Oh my god.
Ah, that's very loud.
My ears are
It's
bleeding
really
out.
The game audio was turned off the entire time.
Oh, this music's so loud.
There's no music volume. What do we do?
Where's
Okay,
the
it
vending
stopped.
machine? Where's the vending?
There's no music
up
volume.
all-
They're
It's
right in front of
fucked
us.
Pick up raw. You can just take stuff here? Oh my
There is
god.
music volume.
No, I had music volume on 0.
Look, you can steal all these fish.
I can steal
Yeah.
all the banana, the mango,
I'm
and
taking
everything.
everything.
Everything is mine now. They're fucked. There'll be nothing left for them.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, there's so many. Oh, this is. Are you excited to have
What is
10 more
oh,
boxes of vegetable soup?
what is this?
Ooh, I need all of
These
this.
are all decorations.
I got Utopia
They're all
herbs.
Decorations.
I need decorations,
You need.
Yeah.
but they're herbs.
Is there a way to get more of those coins? Talk to Olaf. Are you happy now? Yes.
Every time you leave and come back to an island, everything respawns. So if we can just come back here or go back to the city,
Oh,
we can go back to the floating city and collect coins there, or we can come back here and collect coins here
Because the
again.
ending, yes.
oh, very
Hello.
exciting.
Green Hornet. Yeah, very exciting. Let's forget.
Hi, Berix.
Do you wanna
The game's
wait,
over.
so I can buy the stuff here? This is all the stuff I
Oh.
stole from the villagers. Let's see.
I can go make another backpack almost, I think. I guess I'll go make another backpack.
That works.
Yeah, and we can come back here whenever we want and we can grab more bananas, which is like the only thing that matters. Everything else is sort of cheap.
Soon, and so will you.
I don't know. Ooh.
All of it's salty.
Yeah, I have more stuff for you too.
Mine. Where's back?
One piece of glass and 2 coconut. I'm still in front of the vending machine.
I was shooting all off.
Hello, Berix. Green Dirk. Oh, there's another vending machine here. Oh, damn it.
I got the
Yeah, there's like 4 vending
Utopia
machines.
herb.
Do you have 6 more spots in the inventory?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm going
Yeah,
back.
fine.
I'm eating everything.
I have the last backpack. Can I put the music back on? Is it gonna
Ah,
blast
there's
my
more
ears still?
bananas here.
Mine. Cannot believe I
Yeah, seems like a... Hello? I
love
wearing the
Green
alpha
Hornet.
hat. Do you want the green?
I want the green. The green looks like someone's persona.
Katrina Max. Okay, that's all the stuff.
And you play this game on third person now?
I need to place down all these decorations. Where do we leave?
We can just jump down. It doesn't hurt as much.
Oh, I found
Wait, I
it.
just barely made it back.
It's okay. We can go back down.
Oh, I see Tiora.
You did
Hi.
everything. All right, yeah.
I landed on Tiora. You can stand on each other. Oh, I fell through Tiora. I just jumped down. Bracky, come here.
No, you will never catch me.
I like that you are like this.
Oh. I spent another hour placing all this stuff down.
Here you go, Bracky.
Big backpack. Oh, it's green.
Green?
Oh no, it's green. The worst
Oh, man.
color. It's
Ugh.
not purple or blue
Purple is great.
or pastel pink or pastel blue.
Get wrecked.
I had to shear the alpacas 6 times for the backpacks.
I got so much food that I can cook. Oh my goodness.
I really don't like how that head looks.
I mean, it's...
It really looks like a fursuit head.
Right? It does. It is truly OC don't steal.
Just steal it. Oh, that's so cool.
That's so cool.
I'm placing down the stuff.
Oh.
Look out here at the abstract wall. Just here, looking out.
Maybe.
two of the goats are walking exactly the same way. For like, they've been doing this exact same thing for like 10 seconds. Stop.
Who? What? Where?
They have the exact same walking pattern. They've had it for like past 20 seconds.
The same walking pattern? Becky?
Yeah, they've been inside of each other walking the same direction.
Isn't it?
They're still doing it.
Don't we all have like the same walking pattern?
No, like they're inside of each other doing the same path.
Talking about goats.
How are we inside of each? What?
Look at me.
Oh,
Oh, they split. Oh no, they're still... Okay, these two are now together.
I love it.
Are they gonna do it again? But they've been walking circles around here, like in each other.
I mean, they like each other a lot.
Stop.
No. See, they're sad now.
They've been sad. They didn't have food.
Did they
All
not
the
have
grass was
food?
dry. No, the battery was dead on their watering thing.
Where did music come from?
His music?
Playing the music from a radio that Toonbolt has shown me.
The Bracky radio. 104 point Bracky. The Bracky.
I would listen to Brecky radio.
Why is there a Bracky please where Bracky's throwing it back?
Like Bracky Radio. I'm sorry to hear that.
So what do you do? What do we do now?
I think I
Oh,
have to work a bit more.
I'll cook more.
Trying to.
Now we need to buy. We need to buy as much decorations until our PC crash. Is it
My
possible?
game is already lagging.
Yeah, I've been playing the game at about 30 to 40 FPS. It works. It totally works.
Well, once we despawn this island, it should be a bit better.
No, for me it's probably because I'm hosting the game.
Oh yeah, that too.
This is a global lobby.
The previous backpack you can just throw away, right?
I didn't throw away.
Yeah, you can just put it wherever you want. It's
Put it into the ocean.
I forgot
okay.
what I put it.
There's also the trash can over here that we can use, which has a recipe for vegetable soup, which you said we were missing.
We need vegetable soup.
Oh.
You
We're
put it into a
missing-
trash can.
I need the recipe. I need to know how to make vegetable soup.
You can put it back here behind the lucky card, maybe. On the wall
It's
there.
not letting me.
You give
put
it
it
to
here.
me. Oh, that works.
Are we putting
I couldn't
vegetable
put it
We're
in
only
the cat.
missing another recipe that I know for a fact I saw before.
Is it mango nana?
No, it's mushroom something steak.
Oh yeah, and most of the characters that are up there, you can talk to them. They're from the story.
I
Most of
didn't
them
talk
are.
to any of them.
A
I didn't
couple
talk
of
to
them
any of them.
aren't.
I was
talked
just
to
stealing
They-
their stuff.
Olaf.
They really don't say much.
Oh.
They're like, "Thank you, Rafter, for rafting."
Welcome
And we're
back,
like,
Ferrix. I'm doing okay.
Heck yeah,
I haven't
dragon.
been in the best mood lately, but playing games with friends is always fun.
I like cooking.
So a lot of silly things happening on this raft.
Oh my god, dragon cuddle.
Yeah, why not? Just plant that there.
I like that you go to the other chat to say that.
It's it's respectful.
I missed it. It's fine. I'll manage.
More scrap mechanic duck.
I have a spot for a scrap mechanic dog. I like all these herbs hanging around here. It's very,
I like them too.
not really kitcheny, but it's kind of fun.
The zipline sucks.
No. I mean, there's no distance. What do you want?
Oh, I went inside.
Oh my god, magic? Magic, holy shit.
I've been thinking about where we could potentially put a zipline the entire time.
We don't need.
We could make a
Ziplines.
giant tower.
Nah, some look ugly.
Here, let me spend all our scrap.
No, I need the bucket.
No, you don't.
I want the milk.
This one, I don't like this one here. I hope none of the herbs are disrupting.
You know, they are, but
Good
it's
night,
fine.
Ferrix.
Night, night, dragon.
Well, there's an island, but it's a small one.
Ooh, island.
Yeah, I guess we can.
We can go grab like 3 or 4 scraps.
Well, I mainly think about the digging spots.
Oh yeah.
Just
And
the-
for
the
me,
tiki
one scrap is
statues.
one milk.
It didn't work.
Yeah, heat is not fun to eat in.
Is it just me or did I see an island to our right?
Yeah, I mentioned that.
But
We
that
could
one is
go
a
there.
big one, I think. Is it a small one?
To our right? There's a big one to our right.
Yeah, that one. I'm pointing at it.
Oh, that I thought I talked about a
It's like
different
I
one.
only
That's the
see the
big one.
silhouette, probably because of the lowest graphics settings, question mark?
No, me too. It's just for the game renders, I guess. Now I forgot what I wanted to do.
You wanted to make a zip line.
Maybe. I could see some decorational features with zip lines. Oh, okay, I remember.
I did it.
You did it. Wow.
No more scrap. Ooh, it's okay, we can make another smoothie. The food and drinks will be never ending.
I've also been up way too late. I had like 5 hours of sleep today.
Whoa. Do you need like... Do you need extra sleep?
It's fine.
We're
It's
here.
fine.
I can cut trees. And I have a titanium sword.
Wow.
I'm going in. Oh my god. You go into the water and then you listen to the screaming of the the radio. It reverbs so hard, it was so loud.
Hello, Bonzo. Thanks for the 16 months.
Whoa.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Shark hurts. Ow, 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 ow. No, don't fight with me. I have a titanium sword. I'll kill you.
Fight it.
I didn't fight it. I almost died. Oh. There's a pig. Or warthog? Yeah, warthog.
Warthog.
Warthog. Ain't got him.
Oh no, bird. Well, what a coincidence. Gaten redeemed Hydrate and this vulture drops stones on my head.
It is a reminder.
This is Gaten when you don't hydrate. Ow.
Drop rocks on you.
I gotta go.
Oh, the zip line I put here doesn't let me get on the top of the raft again.
Thanks for the sippies.
There's another pig. Warthog. It's so hard to pronounce that word. Oh my god. Warthog.
Yeah, it's two words put together.
Yeah. But then the two words are always mistaken.
I think calling it pig is just fine.
They're actually super dangerous.
Warthog?
Pigs in general are super dangerous.
You're super dangerous.
Exactly. Pigs are very opportunistic. They're like the most dangerous farm animal people could have.
Pig?
Yes.
Aren't they? Don't they say pigs are like super duper intelligent?
They are. But they're very opportunistic.
Opportunistic as in they'll always steal things possible?
They'll always try to eat something if they think they can kill it.
Oh. Oh.
And they're carnivores. They're omnivores, so they can eat whatever.
Oh my god, Garrett is trying to drop rocks on me now. I didn't hydrate.
There's a lot of stories of like farmers that they trip or they slip inside a pig pen and then the pigs try to kill them.
Try to kill them? Holy shit.
Yeah.
How does a pig even do that? They just sit on them?
They bite them.
Oh, pigs bite. Oh my god. That's actually kind of
Yeah,
scary.
they're carnivore. They can eat meat
But I didn't think they'll eat human meat.
if they can.
I'm afraid of pigs now.
I got a new cassette. I got a pink cassette.
Pink?
Where'd you get it from?
Funky Surfer, Romantic
digging?
Sunset, Summer... Yeah, ow. The bird is gonna kill me.
Just tell the bird stop. They can't kill you if you don't consent.
I'm going crazy.
Get a hydrate.
Me too.
It's also
You can
getting
buy
dark.
more. There's a chimkin here on this. You can
Can I
buy more
go?
air horns.
I want air horn. I'm gonna go open up the lights.
You could also buy a what's it called? There's another kind of horn you can buy.
I already left. What? The bird can drop stones on me underground, underwater. Oh no, pufferfish? Everything is trying to murder me.
Me too. I'll get you one of these days.
Understandable. How is head broth? Because so much nutrition, but steak and jam does like as much as a vegetables do.
I think they have different values of like regular hunger and then like the bonus hunger.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
One might just give you more regular hunger than the other.
Oh, possibly.
Let's see.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah. And Sappho just meowed. Ooh. We love Sappho. I don't think I've cut all the trees yet.
We have a lot of chimkin friends. We even have a special chimkin.
Special chicken?
Look, this is the normal one. This is dog. And then we have with this one here. This one is dog.
Big reveal.
It looks different.
There's a
And
big
then we have this
reveal going on my
this
stream.
chicken, this dog. What's up?
A big reveal. Someone fished a big reveal.
I think on my save, I had a special goat that I didn't catch.
Oh,
We also
So it
had
didn't
a
matter for
special
me.
one where I just drove away from the island.
oh.
Oh.
But
People told
special
me it's
milk.
fine.
There
I don't
could
know if
be-
it was a goat or a llama. Probably a goat.
There could be a dragon milk.
It's kind of funny how Monsanto Wilds is all about wyvern milk.
Oh my goodness, I'm thirsty? No way.
Honk.
I'm hearing honk. That sounds like a different honk.
Why are the dogs going hyperactive at 2 in the morning?
Special drinking.
Look at all these eggs that we're not going to eat.
We're gonna eat them.
Sit on them. Is it
No.
rock cassette has 3 tracks. One is more metal. One is seagull stole my potato. The third one is smoke on my raft.
Smoke on my what?
Raft.
Oh. Smoke on my lard. It's like, why are we smoking lard?
Okay, the pink cassette is a pop cassette that has funky surfer, romantic sunset, and summer breeze. No silly puns. I want to listen to them. Turn off the music.
I'm gonna listen to them as well. I may or may have brought a friend here.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the friend I'm talking about. What does radio sound classified as? It's funky.
goodbye.
Bye, Zeus. Oh my
Oh no.
It's a shark.
He took off.
Nice.
Wait, what? Oh, no, that was the second track.
There's more tracks?
That's so romantic. Yeah, there's 3 tracks on this cassette.
This must be the romantic one.
Yes.
I feel romantic already. It was suddenly very loud.
I have an achievement that says Slay Mama Bear.
Oh, that's the better we...
Do you
that's
want
the
to?
better kill us? We could. We have titanium gear now, no?
I like murder. Locate all grabber caches on Varuna Point. Oh.
I'm spinning. I'm gonna drown in water.
Oh, Zeus has...
What happened?
Oh,
Character.
Bracky
Oh.
disconnected.
Oh no!
And this...
I was listening to the pink cassette.
Hello?
Bracky said Zeus has, and then everyone disconnected.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
We'll never know what Zeus has.
Zeus has what? I need to know. I need to know the lore.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Bracky's now running a 3-minute ad.
Yeah, my bot automatically does that when I start the stream, and when it disconnects, it's like, oh, you started stream, so... Cool. Okay, game should be back up. Oh, wait, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop, because we're at the island.
We have the what?
Our what island?
Is it what Zeus has? The island?
No, we're still back on the big island before we left, so someone might not spawn on the raft.
How?
I'll
No,
try.
we're far. We had left.
I'll try
No.
joining.
Okay. But when I joined, we were right at the island. I was saying, you have chosen a different player character.
Yeah, I've had a different player character from the start.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not going crazy.
Research everything in the research table. I got an achievement.
Yeah. Where's Tura here? Okay. We'll put this maybe. I can mount it on the wall.
Yeah.
Can I have 5 air horns in my kitchen?
Here at the wall.
Kobo favorite activity.
You can hear the music from here.
Oh yeah.
The rock cassette. Holy.
Hmm?
I put in the rock cassette.
You never noticed I had the old lady?
No, I didn't. Because you had the hat on, so I didn't see the...
I had a... I wasn't wearing anything that covers my face. It was just a hat.
Yeah. I guess my brain didn't think about that possibility.
Rocky's hat blind. Oh, I fell.
It's hardcore parkour. Alright, first try it. Hardcore parkour with the rock music. Alright, what now?
Wait.
I'm driving towards Mama Bear.
Oh yeah, we want to murder Mama Bear.
Oh yeah, we probably gonna need all of the best gear, question mark?
If we still have silver algae, we can make healing items.
Why need healing when we can just kill it?
Because it has like a lot of HP.
But
We don't have any silver algae. Silver ate it all.
Yeah, we ate it all.
Maybe we can make some armor.
We can.
No. I'm walking in front of the other guy. Yeah, I'm making armor. That would have helped for the previous fight.
I've already killed Mama Bear on my save.
I didn't.
So I'm not gonna help because I don't want to take away your experience.
No, you should help.
No.
I want to kill it.
But I made armor for you as well.
Did you really?
Yes.
Did you make all the armor?
I haven't made boots yet. Because we need more wool. Hello?
At least we have 5 llama alpacas.
You can use some of our materials to make trash cubes right now. We have, like, plastic is full, leaves are always full, planks. Maybe you can use honeycombs as well.
You can't use honeycombs. They're considered food. I'm pretty sure they're considered food.
Yeah, you can probably compact some of that stuff for now.
But honeycombs are used to make biofuel.
Yeah, you could use eggs.
No, you need honeycomb. It has to
Oh,
be
you
honey.
need that? Okay.
It's any food plus honey. Or any raw food plus honey.
Raw.
Raw food. Yes, Bracky.
Yeah.
Look at this plant.
Yeah, amazing. Oh, you can clip through the floor.
I don't know how big they expect you to make a raft to use zip lines.
Yeah.
Let's use the fork.
But yeah, I was using the wool to make the trash cubes. Because it's 2 wool for 1 cube, which is pretty good.
It sounds pretty good.
That's great. I'm sure you can just use some plastic and leaves for now.
But we were using plastic and leaves to make the raft.
We're finished making the raft.
No, we have to make it bigger. We have to hold the corner and scale it up 2x. I'll be back in a sec.
Good luck.
Okay.
It's crazy.
It's raining through the raft. I don't think that's normal.
You could, yeah.
Skyscraper raft. Yeah, we could just make like in the middle goes up until the border. Is it possible?
There's a burp again.
No, the raft cannot tip over. The way the game works, the raft is the center of the world and everything else moves around it. So like the raft is stationary pretty much wherever.
Does the armor lose durability when I don't take damage?
I don't know, but I don't doubt it. Your immersion? We're growing trees on like 20 Not even like 10 inches of dirt. I don't know what your immersion needs. Also, we have bees on our raft somehow.
Oh. Oh, is that the island?
Yeah, that's where Mama Bear is.
Ooh, I have a titanium sword.
You might want titanium arrows instead.
I don't need arrows, I'm going in.
Mama Bear does like half your health in one hit.
It's okay, I can take it. I'm a bold.
You're broke. Tira, take this.
Wait.
Oh, I guess this is taking it.
Oh, leather armor.
I didn't.
I took it. It dropped behind here for me. It,
Oh, weird. So he's just walked up and picked it up, but
I didn't pick
it
it up.
looked like they picked it up. Yeah,
Oh my
Susie, you
God.
have to take these at least. No shoes for you. Potato. Hello, Linko.
Lincoln? Oh, hello.
Oh, wow. How do we make healing items?
We need silver algae.
There's no silver algae here.
Oh, the good healing stuff is just egg, clay, and honeycomb.
Oh, I didn't know.
Good that we have some eggs.
We have a lot of eggs.
Oh, they removed the silver algae from both of them. They both used to require silver algae before.
Oh,
I'm very sure of that. I might be very crazy, but I'm very sure of it.
Alright.
Hello, Linko de Mayo.
have you all been? Very nice. I've been cooking up a storm.
I've been
Okay.
throwing away Tura's food so she cooks more.
What?
Where can we enter?
Are you joining us now, or you
What do you mean?
do you want to fight the bear as well?
I mean, I'm just trying. I mean, I can, but right now I'm trying to figure out how do we get on the island.
I wanna join Kilbay.
You have to wait for. Sis, you too.
Me
you-
too.
Oh wait, I stacked. Sure, I didn't pick it up
Pick up what?
in front of the crafting table.
Oh. How do I use that?
I think you just left click when you damaged.
it will use on its own. That's really
Oh,
good.
whoa.
Man, hi. I cooked up a storm.
Oh, it looks prettier on the art.
Looks like what?
The titanium sword looks prettier in the art than it does holding it.
I thought titanium is very white.
I don't. Oh shit, we're driving away from the island.
Oh, bye island. Oh, so hope you're doing good, Mia.
Replacement required. What was the trash cubes?
Hoy hoy. I used to know a person in high school that would say ahoy hoy whenever they would say hello.
Like, maybe I'm the quiet one. I'm always just like nods.
Potato. Oh, you can put ropes in there as well. Nice.
Put ropes in what?
And the
Oh,
trash compactor. Titanium sword. Scrub rope bolt.
oh, that's happening again.
What's happening?
When the tide moves up and down, the raft touches the ground and it moves very roughly.
Thanks for the sippy scat in Hollow Queenium.
Hi, Greenie.
Hi. I think this is the... Oh, this is the... This might be right where the bear is.
Wait, I can check the map.
I'm good to go, by the way.
Almost there. Just a
We
little bit.
are here? We're here. No, we're here. Yeah, we go up and then to the left. And the bear's there. Oh, fuck. I really hate this island. Like, how the raft interacts. Because if you look at it, whenever the tide goes down, it just freaks the fuck out.
I hope you're fine with our boots.
It's
You just
okay.
want to look at my feet.
Zeus is very strong.
Don't say that out loud.
It's the only reason you talk to me.
That's crazy. Yeah, I remember being here on this island. I remember seeing the back spot.
I remember this island because I tried to
Oh,
fight the mama bear.
it's a guy.
Ooh, God.
There's a goat. The bear's over here. I don't know if it's still lured. It's still eating the same barrel of berries.
Oh my God, forever eating berries? That's so unfortunate.
I mean, they seem to like it.
That's fair.
I missed.
I saw that.
Oh, he does not know what to do. I'm almost dead.
I'm
dead.
healing.
I should have healed.
Oh my God, it
We
hurts.
should have done a lot of damage already, right?
I feel like it. I'm healed.
Oh, the healing is over time, by the way.
Yeah, I saw. I just realized it.
Oh, it's dead.
Nice.
Can I heal you? No, I can't heal you.
I'm gonna pick up Mama Bear.
Easy.
Very breaky. Oh, I got a bunch of titanium arrow. Do you want it back? I can give it back to you.
It's fine, I guess.
I'm not using titanium arrow. I got the Mama Bear head.
So you get both the heads?
I got one.
No,
Bye,
but you got the
Brecky.
hyena head.
I have a hyena head.
Okay, I guess we go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now you get the hyena and the mama bear,
Oh, I got
and
the
I get nothing.
OC Don't Steal hyena head. What is it called again? Alpha?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't
I
remember.
don't know. It's just OC Don't Steal hyena.
Why does Bracky always die in boss fights, and we always have to revive Bracky? I said mage in my head.
No, Becky is the one that tanks. Although I used up all my healing stuff.
I always do that. I forget that I have healing items.
It heals
Even though you
all
made
the
so many.
time, but it's super duper fast.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be carried back home. Because I deserve it.
By a Kobo. Oh, I almost jump on top.
Pleasing
Which
sound.
way is the engine going? The engine's going forward now. I want the engine to go backwards.
And the Mama Bear head is just a way bigger bear head.
Oh, that barely did anything of the armor.
At least the hyena head looks better. Oh,
Well, yeah, the titanium does like double the steel weapons too, or metal weapons too.
Yeah, now what?
I don't know.
I think now we won. Now we're at the point where we can say. Like, that was a funny little silly thing we could do. But I think now we're at a point where we could just end it.
Never talk to each other again.
I didn't say that.
But we don't have game anymore.
We could play Mecha Chameleon, the hit game.
Just the three of us? Forever?
Forever. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other easy achievements.
Well, there's a few where you just drive around. I saw that we're missing fighting one robot to get that.
That's too difficult. There's those islands that are like 1 in 1,000 to get. You could try and find them.
Easy.
1 in 1,000 is still a chance, no?
Yeah, I don't know. They expect you to play this game forever, I guess.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's also like go 1,000 foundation. It's like, why?
Where's the horn that was back here?
It's on the wall.
Oh, it's over there.
Yeah,
There's so much clutter.
It's a lot of clutter, but I like it.
it's fine. I mean, oh, battery dead.
If you hate the clutter, I'm gonna cry.
I hate the clutter.
Where?
I'll cry. We have too much fish. The medium fish, we need silver algae to make them. I might as well just cook them here. Okay, they stack.
Okay, so we all get access and we start destroying the raft.
Going to what?
No.
We all get access and we start destroying the raft.
No. I cannot destroy this beautiful raft.
Sure, I spent so
I
long building this raft.
Yeah, I spent so
Sure,
long
spent
cooking this
on
raft.
this raft.
So you built this. Can you believe it? Without my permission.
I cannot believe it. And a storage? Wow. Zeus hates us.
Unbelievable.
Are you having fun? So you do want me to destroy the whole raft?
Looking at your items. Well, how's this points relatively north? Can you place
What?
it down? No.
No, I thought you could. I wanted to put it next to the steering wheel,
Yeah.
but you can't.
Would have been a nice spot to put it. Goodbye.
What happened?
Zeus just, it just went into the water and went all the way down.
Oh no.
The name even disappeared.
The shark's following me, but it's very slow. It
We're
missed.
faster swimmer than Shaq.
Oh, would have hit me.
I'm gonna... blankly broke. Yeah, I'm fine with ending whenever you guys are ready.
Me too. But I am enjoying like cooking, cutting trees. I love how almost throughout the entire Raft session I'm just doing the most mundane things and I'm enjoying it a lot.
Well, guess what I'm doing?
I mean,
I'm
you've
gonna
been
play
building
music for you.
amazing raft. And
I
Bracky
built the whole
amazing.
raft. Bracky wasn't even here.
Oh my god, I cannot believe it. Bracky didn't do anything.
How do you like my concert? Oh, you left?
Who?
Oh, so you saved me.
I'm still here. Oh, I left the piano? I left the piano a
Yeah.
long time ago.
I was like, I'm gonna play a concert for you, and you just left.
Straight denial.
Why does it do double?
Thanks for the-
Uh-oh, I think connection change again.
Oh no.
No, I can still hear Bracky.
I couldn't open up chests.
Oh, I did save. Does it work again?
Oh no, Bracky's moving.
It was doing double notes for me.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Curious.
Why do we sit like this?
Because I'm spinning around. Oh, you also sit weirdly. Continue semicolon. Oh yeah, you stood the same way.
My hands are so fast, holy shit.
He's for spinning me.
What? Something's wrong
Wait,
with
we could
this
spin the
chest. I
raft.
can't-
Which chest?
No, the top chest. the game doesn't want me to
Oh.
cook anymore.
It
Oh,
it thinks it's open.
open for me as well.
Oh no. I
Oh,
want to
no.
cook. I can't cook. my
Oh, no,
my
the
one
raft is
fixation, I couldn't do it. My life is over. Oh no.
I guess I could try relocking, but we were ending anyways.
Yeah.
No, we have to get all the tiki things.
But not today. Hey,
tiki
I have to
heads.
eat food.
Food good.
Spin me like your French girl.
French girl?
Okay.
Alright, this is fine.
Hello, Porsche. Congrats on the Pole of the Hour.
Oh, if you go third person, the raft doesn't move your camera.
If you call it.
If you go third person,
Is there a person for me to go through?
if you hit comma or third person camera.
Oh. Oh wow, you're right. I couldn't see anything though. The third person camera sucks.
Nah, it's amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
You're amazing.
Yeah, Zeus is amazing.
Get absolutely wrecked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab this axe and we can start destroying the raft.
But why though? Are we trying to destroy
we're
the raft
done.
while it's spinning?
I'm just trying to run.
We never
Oh my God,
play
this
this
is
ever
so
again.
disorienting.
I want to play this.
I mean, you can stop it whenever. You can just come over here and go to the wheel and like unturn it.
How do I unturn it?
The white thing on the wheel has to point upwards.
Oh.
Oh my god. Wee.
Wee.
No. Oh my god, this is freaky.
This is
We have to say
fine.
goodbye to all the dogs
Oh, I must smooch
and milk.
milk.
and all the dogs inside.
Goodbye,
Wait,
dog.
let me milk them.
Goodbye, dog. Goodbye, dog.
Goodbye, dog.
Goodbye, dog. Goodbye, dog. Goodbye, dog. Goodbye, dog.
I must milk.
Goodbye, dog.
Oh, the
Goodbye,
dogs aren't
dog.
even getting fed.
I must
Goodbye,
milk
The
the
battery
dog.
died on the dogs.
Goodbye,
Right,
dog.
Milk. Milk
Goodbye,
dog.
dog.
Milk dog. Oh my god.
Goodbye, dog. Goodbye,
Bye,
not
dog.
dog. Goodbye,
Bye,
small
dog.
dog.
Small.
Goodbye, dog.
So many dogs.
Goodbye, dog. No, this is tiny dog.
Tiny dog.
Goodbye, tiny dog.
There's dogs upstairs, I think.
Oh yeah, there's one. There's the big dog.
Oh yeah,
Well, there's the pufferfish dog.
big dog Becky.
Goodbye, big dog. Goodbye, dog.
Everything's named dog except the one
Milk.
goat.
Goodbye, massive dog.
He must feel so out of place. Or she must feel so out of place. It's this one.
Goodbye, Tiro. Goodbye, dog.
Oh, did you made it spin again?
No. I've been taught too much power.
Right, I'm closing the game.
Wait. Okay.
Did you not say hi bye to every dog?
Oh no, I had the steering wheel in my inventory. I just put it back down.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's like if I play enough of the stuff in your inventories. I don't think that.
Yeah, that's why I put everything in the box.
It's like when the Minecraft YouTubers and their Walden uploaded for public release.
Oh, I
Yeah, we
put
have to
everything
upload this
into
for
the
public
box.
release and charge $20.
Yeah, free for people who subscribe on Patreon. Oh, I can't put the potato in the beet bag.
I cannot put the goddamn chest. I'm putting the rest back.
Why? Oh wait, it's opening the fridge. I'll put it into the box here. Okay.
I have my secret little stash here.
Save world and main menu.
I haven't. I was too slow.
Why?
I think they were trying to spin the wheel.
No.
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 Alt F4.
Rage. Susu's rage quitting.
Oh no, I cannot believe it.
Oh yeah, since you're in the menu, look at the characters tab.
Shoko?
You have all the characters unlocked now.
Oh. Where's Olaf?
Not Olaf. We get one every island. The one that talks to us at the end of the island is the one we unlock. Except for Utopia.
They all look weird. Johnny is just drunk.
Elaine with the suits. With the suit, but barefoot.
You gotta be barefoot. Actually, I think, wouldn't it be just better to be barefoot? Because, like, you wouldn't want wet shoes and you're constantly,
Probably
like, dipping in
stepping
the
all the
ocean.
splinters from the wood.
You'll get used to it.
But
Yeah.
at least wear shoes when we are walking on, like,
Gotta
islands.
toughen up.
I mean, humans were barefoot for, like, the majority of existence.
Fine.
But where's pretty recent.
You just have to develop nice paw beans that are very resistant to it.
I mean, you're kind of joking, but yeah.
I was kind of joking, but also kind of not. I would like to have Pobs in real life.
Yeah. That would be nice.
So now we end stream.
This might sound weird, but I frequently walk on my toes, like
To
like a
RP.
digital good person.
No, it's not.
Just
It's not weird. Oh,
Wolf's raided.
Wolf was raided. Oh no, we have to go on for another hour. No, I'm joking. Hi, Woofles. Alright, you get. I believe it's still double shout out, right? Let me try.
yes.
Lu Alu. Oh, hello. Hope stream good. Hope you win. Hope you win in League of Legends.
You can
Where?
keep going if you want.
No, I wanna play Warframe.
Well, that's what I mean. You can just keep streaming Warframe.
No. I
Oh, I'm
need
typing in the wrong
food.
chat.
Oh yeah, who are we raiding?
I already typed the raid.
Oh, you are, huh? Who?
Who? Like who?
Are we raiding Brecky? Oh my god. We could.
Well, I'm just. Oh, you did raid me.
Dude.
Hello, Zeus. Welcome.
Wow,
Thank
oh
you
my
for the raid.
oh my
I
goodness,
hope you had a good
Zeus.
stream. I saw you were playing with a cool pink kobold and with a stupid green dragon.
No, stupid pink cobalt and very cool green dragon.
I bet you were very good at Raft. I bet you were speedrunning it.
Yeah.
No, that was fun. I'm glad we found this game to play.
Yeah.
I was trying my hardest not to just give you every answer.
I felt that. Zeus is too good at the game. I cannot believe it.
I just don't forget games. Like once I play a game, I can like remember it forever, pretty much.
Yeah, I watched this on YouTube already as well. Like I also knew what was coming.
Bracky was
Mostly.
cheating.
I have.
I didn't play it myself, so I didn't know like a lot of the gameplay stuff we have to make.
It's my first playthrough.
But the story stuff I was aware. Oh, I can't wait to use my pop emote.
I want to use your more emote. That one particular one that I might or might not like. That one I've been shown last night.
Freaky.
When can we play together after Raft? Or like, I never really thought about that.
I don't know. I kind of want a pink one of these emotes that I have, but I don't want to pay $10 for just a pink one.
A pink one?
Yeah. Because I have the blue one. You're still church chat, right? You should be.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think I ended and church chat ended.
Did it end?
Yeah, I think because I was the host. One of these.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. That's a really nice looking map right there. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I can look
Person
at your
pyramid.
stream.
Hey. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's just huge green dragon and Zeus.
Zeus is flying around.
Might be a little bit blurry, but it's fine. Becky,
No, Zeus can't stop us from raiding Johnny.
Oh, Zeus cannot stop us from raiding John. I did raid Johnny yesterday.
You could raid the same person 2 days in a row?
Hello,
That's crazy.
Kano.
I mean, I could,
I have Johnny.
but I've been
Waffles
thinking.
is on. I don't know how long Waffles usually streams. Hello, Kano.
I kinda. You wanna raid Lucy?
I don't know them.
Uh,
If you give me a name, I can just go there as well.
I'll post. I'll say it in Discord. This one.
Alright, you want to do your outro?
I could.
You can plug your stuff because the share chat is cancelled.
You're right. Oh my god, huge Breaky jump scare. No, it's no jump scare. Look at Breaky. So nice.
Yeah,
We love
I'm
Breaky.
sorry that I have to bear your eyes to this terrible view.
No, it's not terrible. What do you mean? I love Big Breaky. Look at that. Very amazing. Wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. See? Sodas licking. Very nice. How do I... Look, I have coffee. Oh yeah, we're not chat. We're not chat. You're right. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee good. And I'll let Bernie talk about it. Hey, Bernie.
Goodbye.
I am once again
Oh,
I don't
asking
care what you're
for
doing
your
right now,
financial
Kobo, but you better
support.
eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, I have Kobo Mine. It's fine. Zeus gave me Kobo Mine. I cannot believe it. And I also have a Discord channel. Boom. Okay. Are we? Do we rate Lucy?
Yeah? Whatever.
And I'll
I
do
hit
the rate.
enter.
I'll do the rate message. I know Lucy's a kobold. I'm still gonna ask for uppies. There. Okay. And then type in the rate to Lucy. I'm rating out. I'm not doing broken English. I'm refunding them. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna refund
You
this.
haven't hit enter.
Oh, I haven't hit enter yet. Have you hit enter?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm entering. Okay, we're rating out. Boom. Well, not yet, but
Still have time. Good luck with the polls. Let's see if Zeus gets a good poll roll. Oh, 4 polls.
4 polls?
Zeus got 4 polls.
Dang. Amazing polls.
Alright.
I'm ready to raid.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bye, everyone.
Go.